Did that help? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello. Audio was set up okay. Hi, everybody. Yes, no. I need to know. Yes. Thank goodness. Okay, I like it. Yes, but low? Okay. Look it. I'm fancy. How's that? Is that good? Let me. Yay! Sorry about that, guys. I didn't think that I thought I had this feed set up for taking audio from the camera because I don't know, this is kind of cumbersome. All this business. And I was going to do this for the meditation so you guys hear me okay. So anyway, I'm glad you guys can hear me. We're all good. So good to see you guys here. So who do we have? We have Who's Electronica? Hi, who are you? What's your name? If you want to tell me what your name is. And then we have Karen is here. Yay! I'm so glad because I'm like, if I have to start a feed, it's just such a pain when you have to start a feed over again. It's just, oh, it sucks. And I've had to do that so many times when I've done lives where there's something goes wrong and I have to start over, and it wears you out before you even get started. But I'm great. I'm so glad to be here. I have a little bit, my third eye is been super active all day. So I've had this, I don't know, I think traditionally you would say, am I talking loud? Sorry. I tend to project when I get on video. I tend to talk really loud. Is that better? I'll talk more normal. But I notice I tend to like really like push out my voice, and I'm like, do I need to do that? You are what? You're Satrar? Strar. How do you pronounce that? I tend to butcher names, so I'm sorry if I do that. But anyway, yeah. So traditionally, you would call it like a headache because it's just this pain. Like sometimes that's even referred to as a migraine, but it's just on the one side, and I can feel it coming all the way. I could feel it like radiating from the back of my head, like directly in the back of my head, all the way. Okay, there we go. I'm like, does she mean Star sister? Oh, that's sweet. Star sister, hey. Thanks for joining. Hello, everybody. Come in. Welcome, welcome. This is a really, really open space. I want everybody to come in. Today is a really big day with the 404 Stargate. And of course, everything that's going on in the world, we all know about. We're all in it together. Of course, having different experiences depending on where you're at. And this is a really big one because not only what's been happening, what's led us up to now, I just got some really great information that makes perfect sense with everything that's going on. It's been coming in, kind of piecing it together as time has gone on. So I want to share that with you guys, but I want to give it a couple minutes to let people come in, especially those who are used to me being late. uh, give you guys a couple minutes to come in. Tell me how everybody's doing. Where are you in the world? And how is it there? What are your particular challenges that you're going through? I will start, but I'd like people to chime in. This is interactive, and in the very near future, I'm going to have Zooms set up so where everybody's going to have a camera and we can all interact with each other and see each other. But we're not doing that today, obviously, but I am going to be doing that really, really soon, be setting up events. We definitely need to be reaching out and coming together more. I'm getting those directives big time. So we'll be doing that, but please let me know. Can you hear Ariel? He's been nonstop. He's been nonstop. Okay. He's behind a door, but he's so loud. Yeah, he's my dad, but yeah, so we'll be putting on events where we will be getting together. I think we're going to be doing twice a week to start for right now. Maybe we'll fluctuate that. We'll do like a nighttime one and a daytime one, try to get different time zones involved. So that'll be really cool. So it'll be really interactive. We can really kind of have a community. It'll be ported through my website. So please, you guys, if you have not subscribed to my website yet, go to my website, the Healing Butterfly. Oops. Org. And did I write that right? Yeah, thehealingbutterfly.org is my website. So if you haven't gone there yet, please go there and subscribe. And that way you'll get notified of any events that come up and also any new offerings that I'll be doing in the future. I am putting together package deals for people. So what that means is I have a bunch of different services. I have chakra clearing and healing and grounding and infusion with Gaia, which we'll be doing a little bit of today in our meditation. I have total body healing sessions that I do. It's this kind of the second part of that. It used to be all one big long session, which was really long and intense, especially I think for me than the recipient of the healing. So I was guided to split them up, and then you can also purchase those separately. I'm also offering that service, the chakra healing and clearing and grounding and infusion with Gaia, which I highly, 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 highly recommend for anybody, especially if you have a compromised immune system and you know it. But for really anybody who really wants to boost your immune system, it's all about getting your chakras in alignment. And the way that we do it is really, really deep, very spiritual. And if you want more information on that, please see the 90 quantum healing section of my website on the services section. And it's the very first one. And then next to that one are two infinite love light total body healings. One is there's two different kinds. One is for people who don't have a chronic condition of any kind or illness or disease or anything like that. They're what you would call a otherwise healthy person. They don't take daily medications. They don't have a serious addiction of any kind. They're just healthy person. That's the healing that I would do, and everybody should get that done. I think there's this misconception like, oh, I don't need a healing because I don't have anything like fill in the blank wrong with me. And that's great. That's amazing if that's who you are. However, if you're 15 or 35 or 65 or 95, if you go your whole life without a deep uh infusion of infinite love light, basically the first part with the chakras, that gets your energetic system all in alignment. It infuses with Gaia, so you're literally plugged in with her energy centers, and it makes it way easy to regulate your energy. You don't get thrown off so much. You sleep better, you eat better. Anybody who's had a healing with me who's done this, please chime in. Let people know. And so that's the first part. The second part would be the infinite love light total body healing and clearing. And that's when we go in, we do a body scan, and then we literally blast the body with infinite love light energy. And that is the same frequency, the highest frequency in creation, which is the love frequency. It's what each and every soul is made out of, regardless of your soul origin. The basic principle of energy of the soul is love. And so we blast the body with infinite love light energy. And And that literally pushes out as much dense negative energy in your body that we could possibly do, that your system is ready for. And that healing continues to do what it does for days afterwards. There's a lot of acclimating that takes part in that. And there's more that comes with that too, but there's a lot more detail there. But so ideally, you would get both done regardless of where you're at as far as physically or sick or healthy or any of that good stuff. Um, because we pick up energies and we have traumas and we have injuries and we have surgeries and we have diseases we heal for or have healed from or any of this creates pockets of what I can see as like these black holes of energy. There's energy that's getting pulled out of, there's like holes and it's not in alignment. And uh it just can, everybody's different, but everybody, it's like saying, oh, my car will never need a tune up, it's good. It's like, no, your car will definitely need a tune-up, probably sooner than later if you want it to run well and live as long as, use that machine as long as you possibly can. You take care of it, right? So it's the same thing. We try to eat well, we try to sleep well, we try to have, loving relationships, we try to have jobs or careers that feed us instead of take from us if we're really living a healthy lifestyle. But how often are we really thinking about energetically cleaning ourselves up and spiritually tapping in on a level that we haven't before? This is not something that our society really pays attention to and even really focuses in on. Even people that, there's a whole level more than even people that seem to know stuff know. And that's where I go. And it's pretty intense and it's really life altering. And I highly recommend it. So anyway, as far as immunity boosting, just to first phase kind of thing, if you just want chakra alignment and you want to get into that, read about that. I'm offering that. That's offered now separately than the two put together like I used to do. And I'm offering $100 off that service right now. So for anybody who's interested in getting that done. Okay, let me catch up here. It's nice. Oh, that's good. You're from North Scandinavia. Moonlight is coming through window. Candles are on. Oh, how nice. Love it. That is so cool. Oh, thank you so much. Karen says that she's had her healing with me. That spirit incarnate is also Karen. Having a total body healing, clearing with you helped me so much. I'm so grateful to be connected with you, and I wasn't even looking for anyone to help me after my cancer and suffering from a stroke. Well, you were guided, and it's been amazing, our journey since we met and doing I've actually done two healings on you. Uh and they were every healing transformative for the person, and it always gives me greater insight on so many different things. It's a gift all the way around. It truly is. uh this is your third meditation today. Wow, look at you go. That's amazing. That's fantastic. Good for you. Yeah, there's a lot of meditations going on today. Which other ones did you do? There's been there's one that, well, you tell me which ones I know that Meg did. Meg usually Meg Benedici, she does her thing every single, well, she's starting to do them with every Stargate. She didn't used to. But anyway, she's one that did it, and then there was the portal one, that one that was, well, in the Pacific, it was early this morning. But anyway, there's a lot of meditations and stuff going on today. So have you ever done any of my meditations? Electronica, that is your name, right? Make sure I'm saying this right. Electronica. not Tronica, Electronica 777. Good numbers. Good numbers. Yeah, have you ever done any of my meditations before, or looked at the videos or anything? Are you new here? And I am, oh, I haven't lit my candles yet. Let me light my candles real quick. I put them in here and then I didn't light them. Okay, so let's see. Where are we at here? Oh, wow, we're already 18 minutes in. Holy moly. Time is a flying. Okay, well, this is long enough. I guess whoever, looks like people have come and gone, and we got 4 people here, it looks like. And we're just going to get started. I'm going to get started with our energy update. So this is for what's going on with the pandemic, with COVID-19. Well, let me start off by saying, for those of us in the know, spiritually connected, awoken, understanding the light, the dark, that good stuff, we've known that we've been in a battle, in a war. It's a spiritual war, and it's been raging for a very, very long time. However, at this stage in the game, as we're heading into the age of Aquarius, or officially there now, uh, and approaching this threshold for, a while now, it's something that we could all see coming, who are paying attention. Could all see coming. This is the age of enlightenment. This is the age of unity. And if you're really paying attention, then you know who's awoken. You know the work they've done. They have YouTube channels. They're coaches and healers and seers, and they do all sorts of different stuff. They're grid masters and gatekeepers, and some of them know that know all that they do, and some of them don't. And there's all sorts of different incarnates that we are as light workers, which is like the umbrella of what that is. We're also referred to as the nines. So people who have volunteered on a soul-based level to incarnate at this time are light workers, also known as the nines. That's how we're referred to on the other side by our divine counterparts. They talk to it. They call us the nine. We're referred to as the nines, and we're and we've been for several decades now waking up. But as time has gone on, there's been a wave of this happening. It's started small and it's gotten bigger, bigger. And this is something that you can see if you're paying attention, like, oh, what's going on with the collective consciousness of humanity? What's happening? Are people getting more earth centric and wanting to take care of the environment? Check. Are we noticing the awareness of people, and people wanting to be more spiritual, and that coming into the consciousness? Or people, just all this stuff. You could just, if you know what to look for, you can find it. You know what I'm saying? And 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 on both sides, the light, the dark, it's knowing what's coming, and from different perspectives, and wanting different outcomes. We've known for a long time that the dark side wants to oppress that wave, wants to stop us from awakening and stepping into our full power. Why? Because if we do, then the dark start dwindling, because the light overtakes the dark. It's been out of balance. Too much dark, not enough light. So coming up to this age, we're doing this. We're balancing out the energies between the light and the dark, and it's been an uprising, a rising up of the Light Body Collective coming into awareness and consciousness, meeting and getting together, doing healings, getting more soul connected, getting connected to our divine counterparts, and understanding our place in creation, and understanding that it's not all random, and there's a purpose to why we are here. And while it comes with great perks at time, like eating and sex and nature and all that good stuff, and being able to birth children and have families and be in a tactile environment, uh, there's a lot there that we have to sift through to figure out what the hell is going on. And this has been happening more and more as time has gone on. Okay, let's see here. Global people afford to get to know your meditation and your spirit. Oh, cool. Awesome. Well, I'm so glad that you did a meditation with angels today. That's exactly the angelic realm is exactly who the big group, like the number one group is who with whom I work um with everything that I do, definitely with my healings and with the meditations. It's a very close relationship that I have with the angelic realms, and of everything. So, and I do channeling as well. So in the meditation, there is channeling that will most likely go down today. I'm not sure. I didn't announce that because I wasn't sure exactly. I just saw 2444. 22444 into our feed as I start talking about the channel percent of the time, but then there's others as well. So I'll channel for uh, archangels. I'll channel for Jesus, and I've done this for about a year and a half now. So you can go back and look at my guided meditations through the live to do this, and in those meditations, as we work with the energetic body, and we get into higher frequencies with our consciousness and higher dimensions, things start to roll. This is why I say I don't know. I mean, if I had to plan my meditations, it would take me forever. I would yeah, it kind of makes my head hurt to think having to plan that out or script it out in any way, shape, or form, because I could never ever do it. Same thing when I work with the tarot. I could never do that either. I could never plan ahead on that stuff. And you'll see as we get into it. So yeah. So basically how it works is I am guided to put on one of these events, and I know as much as we're going to do a meditation, we always work in certain ways with what we're doing. This is just the way that it's been, and I'm connected enough to know certain parts of the program. But like I like to say, I'm the facilitator. I'm not necessarily the host, but I am the speaker box at the same time. So I'm kind of on the ride with you when we get into the meditation. It's me telling you what we're doing, what I'm seeing, how things are going, what if channeling did happen, which it usually does. If channeling did happen, I don't really remember a whole lot of it because I have to step aside and let that consciousness come in and speak, and it's just me kind of translating. But for me to do both, for me to bring it in and through, translate it, put it out, plus process it and remember it in that state while I'm carrying everybody at the same time doesn't seem to be an option. So I have to go back and listen to it because I won't remember. People will say stuff and I'll be like, oh, okay, I remember that was said. Um, and it's only for those chunks of time where I'm doing channeling, because when we're outside of the channeling, then I'm the one facilitating what's going on. But when we get into when another divine being comes in to be channeled, it's another kind of separation kind of thing. I'll remember maybe the theme of what was said, but the details. And even for those that do the meditation, they'll remember uh, bits and pieces. But about a year ago, I was told, look, it's really difficult for people to remember the details of the messages that are set. When I do channeling, it's about messages. It's full on messages for you that are golden, from those like of archangels and ascended masters and Gaia. So this is messages that you definitely want to hear. And in the meditation, you're soaking it all in. But then when you come back into body and you get into this environment, it's difficult to retain it. It's very much like a dream. That type of fogginess occurs. Unlike a dream, however, we have uh, the benefit of being able to go back and listen to it again, which is really, really cool. So, I suggest you do that. For anybody who does the meditation, I'll remind you again too. And we're gonna have to start a new feed, because after I get done doing everything, it'll just be too long. So we'll break and then come back for the meditation. Because I don't do this by the clock. I do it by energy and how I'm guided to do it. And these can go on for a while. So, and by a while, I mean hours. It won't feel like it, because we tend to be in this cool, energetic little bubble here where time moves a lot faster than it feels like. Same thing when we're in the meditation. We'll be in those meditations for 2 hours. It'll feel like maybe 45 minutes. And that's the same thing that happens in my healings as well. Everybody that's ever done a healing with me is like, oh my God, I can't believe so much time went by. Didn't feel like that at all. And it's like, yeah, because we're not here. We're there. We're higher dimensions. Time works very differently. And when we get back into body, it's kind of disorienting, not gonna lie. Sometimes, I mean, it feels great when you get out. You feel amazing. If your body's at all uncomfortable, if yours feels pressure, which is what's going on right now, there's a lot of pressure noises like that on a Stargate. This is the takeoff day of our Stargate. Now, most people see these days as singular, and it's one day, it's 4/4, and that's our Stargate. But it's really a 10-day cycle of a Stargate. So we have our takeoff day, which is the day, which is like today is 4/4. Next month it'll be 5/5, 6/6, 7/7, 8/8 is another huge one. That's the Lion's Gate. But we have them monthly, and we have them for 10 days. And if you pay attention to these 10 days, there's a lot that goes on within those 10 days every single month, within the micro and the macro. And expect that to happen this time around too, to like the nth degree. It's going to get real intense. Let me go back here. I see some type-ins. There's more of your gray streak. Oh, my gray streak. Yeah, I get it's a little thick, right? Yeah, I guess so. And my hair's long. Time is an illusion. I'm not hurry. Oh, perfect. Yeah, time is an illusion. You know what we like to say around here? Time. What is it anyway? What is it anyway? Because it's not, time flows like the ocean currents. It's not just constantly going in one uh flow of energetic expansion, I guess. Time moves in fast chunks and slow chunks. It stops at times. Time can stop. We time travel all the time without really knowing it and being cognizant of it. And when we go astral, when we get into that quantum state, it gets real. The clock says at all. It feels less than half of that Uh, so yeah, it's really interesting. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we have to have we have to have markers, right? And we can see seasons coming. I mean, there is a thing called called time in a sense, but within the energy of the now, that's relative. That is very relative as to what's going on and what your focus is and what you're doing and all sorts of stuff. So that's where it gets really bendy, and that's where I like to play. That's where I play. I play with energy. I play with time in that way when we get into that that framework of leaving the physical and bringing in our divine counterparts and connecting with Gaia in a way that is so deep in 8 hours. And yeah, I'm physically tired afterwards. Because I am doing a lot, but if I didn't know by the clock that that was the case, it wouldn't, I would never guess that on my own. I would say maybe 3 hours, just because the way the time goes faster there. It's faster here. So when we're there, when we're in those higher dimensions, it's very much depending on like your astral state and when you're dreaming, um where you could be dreaming for an hour, let's say. Oh, perfect example. I'm being reminded, this is a perfect example. Have you seen Inception? Inception is a great benchmark for telling what it's like to have levels and layers of consciousness within this framework that we're in, from our highest self down into the physical, and how time goes long. Okay, it's exactly like that. It's a perfect example of what it's like. So when we go there, time is just, it feels like it's slower. It feels like, oh, I've only been here 5 minutes. And when you come back down here, it's like, no, it's been 45. And you're like, what? That's crazy. It doesn't feel like that. So it's like that. It's exactly like that. And it's the same way, you know how there's 3 levels in Inception? There's like, you go deep, you can go into a dream, into a dream, into a dream. It's very similar to what we deal with here with the levels of consciousness that you could go down and you can go up. So that's very, very much the same. It's very much this, that movie is very telling on man. I'm going to do its own thing on Inception and how it relates and how it's used as a mechanism to show us and tell us, those that are able to see this as a lesson, as a chapter in the book of, let us help you figure out how things are constructed. And a lot of ways that this is done is through scripture, through song, and through movies. And movies are, a lot of times they are channeled scripts and stuff. If you look up certain, like The Matrix, Inception, The Abyss, consciousness works, how connections work, all that stuff. It doesn't come out and explicitly say it, but that's what it is. And if that's the only way that messages, they just imagine if it was just like, there's just some things we have to be guided to and figured out. Like I was guided to it to see it for what it was, and then I can tell other people, go look at this. This is what it is. People have made those connections with The Matrix, but not so much with Inception. Inception is a really mind fucky kind of movie. It tends to really twist a brain up, and a lot of people just go, I can't understand, because they show you what's going on in the different levels, and that entire thing. Now, what actually happens in the movie and where he's at, because there's this whole debate about where is he at? Is he dreaming or is he movie? There's a lot to be said there about our levels of awareness and consciousness and how we can tap into stuff and kind of extrapolate from the entertainment aspect and see the message for what it is so we can get better clues as to what exactly is going on. The Terminator is another one of those movies, believe it or not, because he gets put into another time from where he comes, right? And I think a lot of people can definitely relate to that. It's very relatable. What's the other movie with Jake Gyllenhaal? I'm forgetting right now. I can't wait till we get to this meditation because, oh man, anybody else's head is just. Uh, anyway, so just to kind of. Oh, connection is a bit slow. Oh no. Yeah, there are certain. Let me see if there's anything else going. Nope, I've turned off everything else that could be taking any juice away from what we're doing here. Oh no, no. Oh man, I'm so glad. It's like, you want to leave sight? No. Okay, so anyway, back to the matter at hand with where we're at in all of this business with our new paradigm that we find ourselves. We've known for a long time that we have been in this spiritual war. We have been uh dealing with this light and dark thing. And as we've approached this threshold, the dark has come on stronger and really trying at a really young age. And this is why like video games are pushed so hard with the younger set. It's to keep them. It's like we have don't go. No, I'm not going. Just like we have things that help us, we have things that try to stop us. And as we've come into approaching this time of great awakening and awareness and shifts in consciousness and coming into this, it's been something that the dark side has been trying and been doing their best to fight with us, to keep us from awakening, to keep us from connecting, to keep us from making, these discoveries and connections. And for those of us that are meant to be broadcasters and messengers to tell other people about stuff, especially like things happen to keep us down. But now we're in a whole new phase in place and time. Now we have this situation with the pandemic. And what a better way, and things have been ramping up. So the threshold and the bubbling about things had already begun. It started back in the summertime with the fires in the Amazon that had so many people so very upset, rightly so. And this started a global consciousness thing happening, and a big event happening that gets the focus of most of the world caring about what's going on there. It was devastating, obviously. And right on the tail end of that, we have our pandemic. Not that they didn't cross over, they did, but it didn't get bad until obviously this last month. And so all of this is another step, another level in regulating consciousness upon this level. And this has happened like this. So now here we are, right? So the world is in chaos, if you want to see it that way. We have travel stopped, we have borders shut, we have people sick and dying. It's gotten bad in the United States. It's only going to get worse, of course, because the powers that be in it here and in different places have been guided in their own dark ways to not see this for what it is. And it's an absolutely real thing. The virus itself, I've communicated with, it's come to me, and and I'm not really, the way I could describe that is, when something is created, it has an energetic consciousness, and it can relay that to those of us who are able to receive. So it came to me, and it told me a lot of stuff. And I actually have it on tape. I was told to tape it, and it's actually me talking to it through me. It's really interesting. I'd never done that before. I've not put it out because cause problems, and it's kind of beside the point at this. It's like we don't need to get lost in the details. What's important to know is that it it was it was created to have certain to do certain things, obviously, but it did get out of control. It was not controllable the way that it was kind of messed up in its release, I guess you could say. But it's also one of those things where it's like out of control only from a certain perspective, because on another plane, on another in another way that I'm shown it, it's that, oh no, this is exactly how it was designed to go. So it really depends on your perspective and how you want to look at this. It's absolutely a real virus. What is in our atmosphere that gets us very susceptible, some of us more than others, and it does depend on lifestyle. So if you're a fit, um, if you're a fit, not overweight, non-smoker, it's most likely not going to hit you so much. But the fact of the matter is that you have breathed in this component that acts like the Energizer Bunny batteries for when you take in the active virus. So when you take in the active virus, what's already inside of you fuels that virus. If you have more negative energy in and around you, the more it's going to be able to fuel. That's one thing that it told me. It said very specifically, and it works with negative energy, and it works, and that could be that doesn't mean that the person is a bad person. It just means that there's negative energy within the system. So this is also why a lot of more older people are afflicted with this, because they've lived longer. And like I talked about at the top of the broadcast, if they have ailments, if you have issues within the body structure and you've never done a tune-up, you've never cleaned yourself out, you're literally carrying around a shit ton of negative energy. And for a virus that is so very, 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 very strong, no doubt about it. It's so difficult to fight that off when you have a compromised life force battery. That's what we're talking about when we talk about our energy system. And this is when we talk about immunity boosting and working with our chakras and getting all of our energy, boosted up. We want to boom, 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 boost up our life force battery, because that's all you have. It's just like a video game. How far can you go in a video game with 40% health or energy while you're being attacked by a super virus? like you're not going to get far, especially if you need medications and your body's compromised and you're overweight. That's one thing for sure that I've noticed and I've been shown is that a lot, not all, okay, not all people who get COVID are overweight, but it is definitely a thing. And a lot of overweight people eat a lot of meat, and meat is very negatively charged, and so that stays with you. So this is all very, very connected. This is no agenda for veganism or vegetarianism. This is just, I'm telling it like it is. I'm talking energy. Energy in your body affects how it's going to be treated and received and processed. Immunity, energy, life force, battery, all the same thing. Where is yours at? And if you're depressed, if you have a lot of anxiety, if you're stressed out, any kind of stress, anxiety, depression, it's always based in fear. Fear is the lowest, fear and anger are the lowest vibrational energies that your body can handle and process and transmute. So when you're in that state, you're definitely more susceptible to get sick. Also, another factor would be alcohol. Alcohol is definitely something of a low vibrational energy. So if you're going to drink alcohol, make it far and few between. Make it like Friday night or Saturday night, even in quarantine. The spikes in alcohol sales have gone way up, at least in the United States, because people are like, fuck it, I'm at home, just booze it up all day. Please don't do that. It's like opening up the door and saying, come on in, because your body is having to process so much with the alcohol to take care of that poison that you're splitting energy up, running your heart, running your brain, getting you up in the morning, dealing with stresses and processing poison. Oh yeah, and we're trying to stay healthy because there's a pandemic going on. Just come on now. No alcohol every single day. I think this is what a lot of people are doing, like, fuck it. And if you need help, have some edibles. Don't smoke too much weed either, because weed or cigarettes, any kind of smoking, anything respiratory, anything you're going to be taking in and dealing in the lungs and the throat area, you don't want to do, because this is where the virus is going to attack, and you want to be as healthy as possible there. So I smoke weed. I'm really open about that, but I've tried to tone it down too, because I also transmute for the collective. And while I'm not sick and I'm not going to get sick, I feel what other people feel, and I feel the tightness in the chest. I feel the tightness in the throat. I feel the the wheeziness, and I have to clear myself out of this energy a few times a day, because it keeps coming in waves and waves and waves as people are sick and people pass over. And it's definitely a thing. And so you want to keep your body, your vessel, your machine in as best shape as you possibly can right now. Just give yourself, as much of the good stuff as you can. Now on the opposite side, you want to eat fruits and vegetables, obviously, all that good stuff. You want to go out into nature, get sunlight. You want to bring nature in, plants and flowers and crystals and essential oils and anything you're guided to, just bring it into your environment. My house is just, that's all there is around here. Let me catch up here. All right. I love how active you guys are. My spirit team wakes me with numbers and super cute things. Oh, yes, that's perfect. Yeah, in my last live, I talked about how they'll like nudge me, like, come on, smile, come on, sing, come on, be silly, come on, like you need to do this for yourself. Like they're always just like poking at me if I'm like frustrated. um, and and it's just it's a beautiful thing. It truly is. um I embrace this time of change and awareness. You could feel the change of energy in the world. Definitely, Karen says that. After darkness and storm, always sun will shine. This is unnecessary. This is, I think you mean necessary for greater future? Yeah. Yes, exactly. She says, I know this was an evil plan. Go off. After you channel this virus, I understand it more and respect it. This is a necessary evil, to, so to speak. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm vegan, no smoking, no drugs, no alcohol, no sugar, only fruits and berries. Beautiful. Wonderful. It's energy. If your energy is fucked up, it doesn't matter how clean you eat. Yes, exactly. Yes, and that is something that the virus said, that looks can be deceiving, and I say he because it came through very, had a very male kinda essence to it. I think probably just because its creators were all male, to be honest with you. Um, so it kinda takes on that, but it's not, it didn't come through evil at all. It just it's a machine. It's very much mechanical, but it's very aware, and so very much in talked about how fear is a factor. Fear is definitely a factor when it comes to, um and not just fear of it. Just if you're somebody that's very fearful in your life, very stressed and very, just and still carrying a lot of fears and had a lot of traumas, and you know what I mean? Like that is the energy that allows this to take over. And depending on the person, depends on how they're going to fight that off and what their energy system is like. This is why not everybody dies from it, obviously. And you're stronger for it if you've been through it, and you've won. Honestly, your system will be stronger for it. It's a very unpleasant um illness, for sure. And it affects you night and day. It comes in and and at night when you're sleeping, and really works and works on you, pulling you down into lower dimensions, and really to just bring up fear and upsettedness in your sleep when you're supposed to be restoring and getting, when you sleep, it's supposed to be restorative sleep. You're supposed to be getting better. But when you're getting pulled down into lower dimensions, and what we perceive as night terrors or nightmare over, and working on your negative energy and perpetuating that and really getting in there and working it, even if before that you were energetic body to basically go lower in vibration, when that happens, lower dimensions come into your framework of consciousness, and those things start to play upon you in that state. So it's really kicking your ass no matter what state you're in. um and that's a real thing. That is, I talked about our sleep and stuff with this, because I picked up on that even before I just started hearing this about, like, on this level. And so yeah, really interesting. um Last time I ate meat, I started to cry. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you stop eating meat, you'll notice people that stop eating meat, they'll be like, I feel so much lighter. It's like, yeah, it's not the full life cycle. It didn't, it's just there's so much attached, so much negative energy attached to it. And if you're energetically sensitive, and who are getting more sensitive, they'll have they'll feel it, like stomach aches. They may get nauseous and stuff like that. And they'll go, oh, maybe there's something wasn't right with the meat, but they're not connecting those dots. Other people, as they go on, I ate a meat meal and then I went to sleep and I had the worst nightmares that night. And so all of these things, it's because it's once you put that negative energy in you, it attracts negative energy. I mean, that's just the way that it is. You put positive energy in you, it attracts positive energy, and your vibration rises. And so all of these things are highly, highly connected. So yeah, I'm not surprised that you don't get sick, that you don't get depressed or any of those things when you don't eat meat. That's very typical, very typical. Spirit eater. People here is always drinking and eating. Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I used to before I got all into the know. It's been a process, and I don't begrudge people who eat meat. I used to eat meat. I lived my hey, got why? Because sugar's really bad for you. But we'll give them meat and then they get addicted to the meat that they've been eating their whole life, right? It's just not, this is something that we've all grown up with in these last few decades. It's only recently, for the most part, that people are brought up not eating meat. I mean, I fed meat to my child. My mother fed meat to me. I mean, this is just the way that it was done. And now it's different. It's different now. Let the live guide you, not fear. Exactly. Last year, I couldn't eat Snickers anymore. It upset there's something in it that my body just decided we cannot with this anymore, much less meat. But your body basically tells you, it tells you, go have this, don't do. And if you do it, you're going to pay the price. And it comes to a point where you're just like, I cannot put myself through it. What is this stupid? And we may even crave it sometimes. We may even smell it. You know how many times I walk by meat being cooked, and especially if I'm hungry, I'm like, oh my God, that smells good. Got to be honest about it. Doesn't mean I want to go eat it. It makes me want to go eat some other stuff. But I mean, this is just, it is what it is, but it comes to a point where we have to be conscious enough to say, this is bad for me. Even though I might like the way it tastes and it might be a habit. I mean, one of the last meat dishes I had was a shrimp scampi dish that I cooked myself. I went to the store. I bought the shrimp. I made the meal. I sat down. I took a bite and I went, the shrimp, I couldn't eat it. And I was like, awesome. I don't have dinner. That wasn't my decision in that moment. I was still on board with eating some, I got to fish. Like I'll still eat, I couldn't even eat salmon anymore. I'm like, I can't even eat salmon. One of my favorite things I used to eat, salmon. Can't do that anymore. Okay, shrimp. Go make shrimp. And then I couldn't eat my own dinner. And I was like, eggs, I got this great egg sandwich at this restaurant. I took one bite and it was like sadness and death just landed on my taste buds. And I couldn't eat any of it. And I can never eat eggs out anywhere. So I'm not a vegan. I'm a vegetarian. And so I'm very specific. I only have to have organic free range eggs, and I don't even eat them that often. They last me forever and ever. My eggs will last me because it's only so often that I'm like that. Yeah, that's what you need right now. So, but even being that's it. You did love salmon and cheese. Yeah, that was good stuff. And I can't do the fake cheese stuff, which is mostly made out of coconut oil, because coconut oil is highly comedogenic. It's like an 8 or a 9 on the scale, where like, let's say not almond oil. I'm so sensitive that it makes me break out. If I even get coconut oil lip balm, I'll break out because it's so highly comedogenic. And because my body is constantly filtering through energy, I'll get acne just from negative energy that I'm dealing with. Now I'm cleared up, which is so nice. But last month I had a lot of acne come through just because of all the energy that was getting pulled up, not only from me, just the collective in general. And I can't add to that with anything else. So I can't eat the fake stuff. Most of it is made with coconut. Coconut oil, and it makes me break out. So I can't eat that fake cheese. If I see stuff that's made I could do soy, but it doesn't taste very good. So I eat some cheese, just like a little bit, because I love cheese, and I haven't found an alternative that doesn't affect me worse than just eating the cheese. You know what I mean? It's like you have to make these decisions for yourself. Either I'm going to forego anything that has to do with that, which I haven't gotten there yet. And, with the little bit of cheese stuff, because I couldn't come up with an alternative. So, yeah, coconut oil is very comedogenic. Mhm. Yeah, it's made out of oil. It's made out of coconut oil. So if you look at the packaging of most of fake cheese, it's made out of coconut oil. And if you're sensitive, then like I am, it'll either upset your stomach or it'll make you break out. And not everybody, some people, a lot of people are great and they're fine with it. No problem. They don't notice any problem with it. But for some of us, you don't want. I mean, when I first discovered it, I was all into coconut oil. And then I discovered real quick, like, what is happening? And then I was guided to look it up, comedogenic aspects, or however you Google coconut oil comedogenic. And then there's this chart that comes up and it shows you a bunch of different types of oils, either oil to eat or oil for, topical, whatever. Um, and there's a scale, and coconut oil is like way, way up there. And I was like, "Oh my god, all my life all I'm trying to do is stay away from anything on or in my body that's comedogenic, because I've had this problem with acne and cystic acne since I was about 24 years old. I didn't have it growing up, but my system wasn't as packed on with, like I said at the beginning, with all this negative energy. So as you pack it on, pack it on, pack it on. And since I'm a psychic physical empath, which means I energetically feel what I feel in my body, what other people feel in theirs, whether I touch them or I'm in close proximity to them, I'm feeling in my body what other people feel in their body, exactly how they feel it in their body. So if you have a headache, if you have a stomach ache, if you have a backache, if you're on your period and your cramps hurt, if you're, whatever, I'll feel it just like it's me in my body. So I had that going on my entire life. For the most part, I didn't know that that's what my body was doing. So I was very, very unhealthy, very sick, my whole life, until I figured all that stuff out and cleared out my body and understood that I am what I am, and that's why I feel and I have had the life that I've had, because nobody had ever said, "Oh, you feel all these weird things that come and go." And number one, it was, well, maybe she's a mess. I mean, that's how I was referred to, a mess, since I was really little, really, really, really little. And there was never a real answer until I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia when I was 25. Um, and at no point does somebody say, "Oh, this is because you have this energy thing that you do. You're picking up on the energy of other people and their pains and stuff." No, nobody in my life. I was guided finally to figure this stuff out. When I was like nearly 40. So I had to go a long time before I figured that out. And same thing with my son. It took a long time for me to figure out my stuff, for me to figure out him too, because he's the same way. And I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know that I was naturally not just cycling through energy and healing people and animals without even trying. I just thought people be like, "Oh, I feel so much better around you, and I got better after I saw you," and stuff like that. But I was never like, I would always be like, "Oh, I wish I could help you. I wish I could make you feel better. Or, I wish I could take your pain away, or I wish this." It's just the stuff that people say. But to think I was actually doing it was, who would think that? That's crazy. That's crazy. And but I was, and once I finally understood that, it made a huge difference in my life, because then I could say, "Oh, is your knee hurting? Because all of a sudden my knee hurts and my knee didn't hurt before. How's your knee feel?" And then have the person go, "My knee hurts." Okay. Now I know your knee hurts, and this is why my knee hurts. So now my knee is going to stop hurting because I'm picking up on your knee hurting. I'm supposed to pick up on that. This is what my body is supposed to do, so I can help other people with their pain and their ailments. It makes it a lot easier for me as the physician to be able to feel what the patient feels, exactly how they feel it, so I could help fix it. Makes sense, right? It's pretty shitty though if you don't know that it's happening and you don't stop it and you're feeling everybody in it like I can't say the word right now. Together, I'm going to use the easier word. Together, because you're not just always feeling one person. You're not just isolated with one person. It's whomever. So going to school, going to work, going to all these places, feeling all these people with all their shit coming at me and in my body. There's not too many. There, I could do it for a certain amount of time, and then it would get to a point where my body would just be like, "See ya. We're in bed. We're not going anywhere." And eventually, slowly, as the energies would but it could take months. I could be bedridden, and not be able to do anything. Like taking a walk to the store was like, yeah, right, not going to happen. And that's how I lived my life for a long time. But it's been a long time since then. But I figured out a lot of this stuff. And through this process, figuring out and understanding energy, why I was sick, but why I really wasn't sick, why I felt the way that I did, how it works, and what is all happening on these different levels, and understanding that I'm way more psychic than I thought, even though I was doing psychic work when I was a child. I didn't connect those, It wasn't like, "Oh, you're psychic and that's why you're sick." Those two things never hit. So, yeah. Um who So no, coconut is good just if you're somebody that's really sensitive to energies and stuff, if you notice a problem. So if you notice a direct correlation of breaking out, if you're sensitive in that way, and you put either coconut oil on you or you eat coconut oil, um I used to just be very careful with how much coconut I used to use it in all my, cooking. I love the way it tasted. I loved it. But then I realized I couldn't use it anymore. So I use avocado oil. I use avocado oil on my body, and I use avocado oil for my cooking too. It's really, really good for you. It has a high smoke point. It barely tastes like anything. If you put it on your skin, it goes away almost instantly, and it keeps you super, super hydrated. I like to mix it with essential oils and just put it all over my body after I take a shower. And I don't use any lotions or cream. I don't have any of that stuff because most hand lotions have other things in it and when your body is energetically regulated, you don't have a dry body where you need a lot of topical stuff. I found, like, back in the day when I was not energetically sound, my skin was always dry. I was always thirsty. I was always just like, it was so like, I was dry. I would break out. There was all this stuff going on all of the time. And then I realized as I cleaned out and I got healthy and cleaned up my lifestyle and just did all, like, everything shifted and changed and became a healer myself. I'm like, I don't even need hand lotion anymore. I'm aging in reverse. I'm super healthy. My body is changing like super strong. Like, my body is so strong, and it's just like naturally through DNA activations and cycling through energy and doing my own healings and all of this stuff that's happened. My body's completely evolved. If you were to look at people who have seen me, like, kind of hadn't seen me, they're like, "Who are you? Like, you don't even physically look the same in your body." Like, my bone structure kind of shifted. Like, um muscles are there where they really have no business being, because I don't work out. I do astral stuff like when I'm sleeping, but I mean, and I'm an active person, but the body has shifted in a completely different way, and and from the skin down, into everything. So this is what we talk about. We talk about life force battery. You can totally shift and re-energize and work on an abundance of life force in your energy field. So that's kind of like, that's what mine does. I'm not saying it's perfect or whatever, but it's running on over full, over full, over full, over full. And anybody can get there. Anybody can get to cycling through energy, and it's just what that is. So when we talk about things that help immunity, things that help you live longer, things that are anti-aging, it's all about energy. It's all about energy. Okay. Dr. Sebi, yeah, Sebi. You don't eat fig cheese either. Good. Yeah, he's great. Yeah. So yeah, you're an empath too. It's not easy. Yeah, avocado oil is amazing. It's my favorite. Yeah, Tesla is pretty awesome. He was somebody very connected, very connected. Tesla was. But to answer your question about, and then we'll get into the cards. But I'm gonna take this off. I'm gonna hot. To answer your question about 5G. So chemtrails are like when I said what we've um been exposed to in the atmosphere, that comes from chemtrails. So the chemtrails is like phase 1 of coronavirus where we've all inhaled it. And this is why it's so widespread. This is why it acts very it's so pervasive and so intense, because the truth of the matter is that we have it and then it gets activated. And 5G is another component to how they use chemtrails to work with the nanoparticles that are in the chemtrails, depending on what they're doing, typically for weather manipulation, but it can also be used to and focused in on certain either populations or to trigger certain uh, to be focused more in on the human population versus weather manipulation. But it is it, the I think a lot of people can say our speed of which things move is pretty good already, and 5G has such a damaging frequency to living organisms that it disrupts it disrupts living organisms on the molecular level, and and that's why they're saying like this cause cancer and stuff like that, because that's what cancer is, a disruption on the molecular level energetically. So it just kind of it could be, it's like radiation, just like opposite. So how that works. Yeah, he definitely is. I always knew that electromagnetic shit was damaging. Yeah, it definitely. It's very damaging, and it can cause really bad headaches. It could cause just a overall sense of anxiety, and just like it could just make people just feel like you've had a lot of caffeine, that sort of thing. Like just that uneasiness kind of feeling. Uh, and then just aside from that, cause cancer. So that's a component of it, but COVID isn't necessarily 5G related. It's more like 5G is related to chemtrails, and chemtrails is also related to COVID, and so it's in the family of stuff. But 5G isn't really um I mean, it's not like it's an active component with how COVID works. COVID is already like That's the chemtrail part. 5G is dangerous, but to go nature, it's hard to affect you. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So the further that you are away from major energy grids and big 5G poles and all that stuff, the better. Even though they're putting them up everywhere, which sucks, but like I live up in the mountains. I don't even have a traffic. And I moved up here. I was guided here because I was going through my process of understanding all this stuff out about myself. And it was necessary to get away from the population, from so many bodies, from so much electricity everywhere. And being up here in this space definitely helped me to connect more and to figure this stuff out. I didn't have a person to help me. I've done it all by myself and through my connections. So it really helped to literally get above it. Literally. Yes. You live around nature too? Yes. I know. I'm such a tree freak. Look, I have trees in my house. I have tree branches everywhere. You've never met a bigger tree freak than me. I promise you that. Let me show. Oh, I'm going to show you guys real quick. Our maple tree that we had right out here got destroyed this winter with chemtrail snow. Chemtrail snow came through this winter 3 different times, and the snow was so messed up because this mountain was without power over and over and over again because trees kept big, huge trees kept breaking and snapping and limbs falling because the water was so heavy because it was geoengineered that these trees that have been around here for hundreds of years were just falling left and right. It was horrible. It like bending over. I had to go out there with for the baby trees and knock off the snow off of all the baby trees so they wouldn't die, so they wouldn't fall over completely. It was horrible. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to show you right now. I don't think you guys could see it, but I saved a bunch of branches from our maple tree right out here that just limbs just kept falling. It was just, oh God, it's really horrible. And I saved the branches and put them in water, and they're growing big old buds. I'll have to take pictures and video. Well, I did actually take really, I don't know if she's going to come back, but she's barely budding. The tree itself is very sad. But there's all these little baby maples that are everywhere in my yard. They're these little teeny tiny baby maples. They're so cute. They're so cute. They're little maple leaves. Oh my God. I have like at least 50 of them that have cropped up over the winter. And I'm like, what are these? I've never seen these before. And it's because she took such a hit. So sad. Oh, I'm so happy that you're here too. Yeah, it was really horrible. Driving around this mountain, just driving everywhere around this mountain and seeing trees just destroy, big, huge pine trees and oak trees and Douglas firs and maples just like Godzilla came and just knocked them down because the snow was so heavy. It was horrible. It was so horrible. I mean, I would just sit in here and just cry, just looking outside my window and being mad at the snow because it wasn't natural. Nothing about it was natural. These trees should not happen. That was like you picked up like a bag, like you to shovel that snow. It was so heavy. It was like 10 times as heavy as it should be. Like it would start snowing. A half an hour later, the trees were already falling over. A half an hour of snow, barely on it, the trees were all because it was so heavy. Crazy. Just crazy. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. And driving around and seeing all these trees. And we didn't have power for days. No internet, no power because they took down it was a mess. It was an absolute mess. It happened 2 more times because I really think they were trying to figure it out. And but then the last 2 times it snowed, that didn't happen. So hopefully they figured it out, because I know that they didn't. That mad scientists are always going to add more juice to the recipe, right? How far can we push it? Well, they figured out they pushed it too far. They were breaking trees and destroying, I mean, homes. There's homes, like trees fell on homes, big, huge, huge, huge oak trees falling over because they were so heavy from the snow. I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, just crazy. I mean, we barely got like 2.5 feet of snow, but the damage that it caused, people are like, we got so much snow. I go, no, we didn't. We got heavy snow. There's a difference. And why? Chemtrails. And people are like, oh, maybe. I'm like, no, maybe. No, maybe. No, maybe. This is no maybe. Snow doesn't do that by itself. Oh, it's just heavy snow. No, snow doesn't do that by itself. Snow just doesn't all of a sudden decide to be 10 times heavier than it was. And trust me, I talked to Gaia and she's told me for a long time, no, this is not me. This is not nature. This is anything but nature. Same thing with those crazy hurricanes we've been getting the last couple of years. Those are not natural either. It's called geoengineering, and you can target that shit wherever you want it. And they're getting pretty good at it too. And it's a problem. It's a big problem. Yeah. So weather is so weird these days. Mom Nature's. Hey, Willow Pillows is here. It's so weird that we are living the same planet, but people are from so different worlds. Yep. Very true. Very true. Look I'm just about to get into cards. I think that I've said all that I was going to say about, I know I tend to veer off, but we talked about, COVID and the spiritual thing can lower our frequency, cause a lot of fear and panic in the collective, get us very, very upset with what's going on, which keeps us from rising. And this all happening right before this 4/4 Stargate is no coincidence, just like nothing is. It's no coincidence. And we just need to be cognizant of that as being incarnate, as being on mission, part of the Light Body Collective, that we cannot allow the happenings to distract us energetically, to pull us down in, frequency wise. We need to see it for what it is and out game the gamers, so to speak, and let and be in enough flow where we're not resisting, but we're aware. It's really about awareness of what's going on. There's always been the fight to stop us from rising and advancing. And there's always been us saying there's no way you're going to do that. You could try so many, like personally, on a personal, and the things that push on people's buttons and trigger them and get them to lower their frequency, to be in fear, to be in anger, to live in chaos, to seek chaos, to perpetuate chaos, to perpetuate destruction of interpersonal relationships and things like this, get triggered in other people because they can't trigger me like that. But obviously, if it's in my world, in my universe, it has a ripple, it has an effect where that'll mirror onto me, because that's somebody in my life that's getting triggered that way to trigger me. But I know that is happening. I've seen this, you know what I mean? Like, you get to a point where you're like, I know what's going on here. You're trying to use them to get to me. I know exactly what's going on here. And that's the same way, kind of like what's going on with our situation here with the pandemic. We have to see it from a higher perspective and go, okay, there's different reasons for this that's happening. And the other thing to be aware of is when we're having this mass exodus with so many people that are dying, we need to respect the fact that everybody has their soul missions and how their life would come to an end. And if you don't subscribe to that, that's fine. But I know that when it comes to it's about the mission, what we're doing here, what what we're serving, how we're in service, what we're here to learn, what we're here to teach, what we're here to experience, and all of these things up until how we die. And so it's really important that we not only think about how horrible this is, that this illness has come in to and has, is killing people and all this, and they're victims. We need to see these souls as part of a greater shift in our awareness and our collective consciousness, that they have decided to be a part of that of this in that way. And we need to sadness of them being victims. um it's a different way to look at it, and I know it might hit people not so great to think about it that way, but this is what was shown to me. This is how it needs to be, how it needs to be seen for people to understand. And furthermore, to understand how, as we move forward in time, and as more come behind them, because there is going to be a lot more that are going through this transition, that they are right there. See, in this situation, most people that are going through this transition and are dying from COVID-19 are not with their friends and their families like they would be in a lot of situations. They're essentially alone. But what I was shown is that, obviously they're not alone. They're not only not alone with their own spirit tribes and their angelics that they've always been with and their guardians, and they're taking them through and they're reminding them of what is all going on, but there's also those of them that are in that same boat, that are just there on the other side of the veil, that they're like, if like they're like, it's like coming out of the water and pulling the other ones up out of the water, just one after the other. This is what's going on, and they're staying right there on the other side during this transitional period. They're not in a creepy, ghostly way, but in a spiritual way, in a connected, light centered way, to keep using their light in this, on this plane, put upon it this sadness, this horrible thing, and think about these horrible things that are, that they're experiencing, or the pain, and all. See it from their decisions, see it. And now more than ever, we can stay connected with these people, and it is happening worldwide, and it's happening for a reason worldwide. Now, I'm not saying that it's not painful to lose people. Obviously it is. But it always is, no matter what the circumstances are, because we miss them. And in some cases it's very tragic the way that we perceive things to be, and it's very sad. But we need to understand things and see things from a soul-based level, especially now, because as we go through this Stargate, um, it's especially important to have all these levels of consciousness kind of like ducks in a row, so we can keep our level about us as more unfolds, because more will unfold, more things that is going to shake us, more things that are going to, you know and great, beautiful things are going to come from this. We're seeing this more and more with people of influence, people of that have money stepping up and doing work and doing charitable work, and giving away their money, and doing things that they've done on a small scale, but now they're being motivated to do things in a much bigger way. And so this is all about more and more balance coming in, and being in balance. um oh, I know. Well, they really can't force us to take vaccines. I mean, depends on where you live, but I mean, some places they can. Yeah, I'm not I'm not taking any vaccines. That's for sure. No, no, no. Um, to each their own, and I don't, people can debate that all they want, but Mm-mm. If somebody asked me, "What do you suggest?" I would say, "No," but you have to be, an aware person on different levels. Creepy maybe. Yeah, me too. We're meant to see some of us are born this way. We're meant to see stuff. We're meant to know stuff. This is why we're here to begin with. And this is how kind of a lot of us begin to awaken is kind of like what's going on? Why am I here? All of those questions, that we ask. And our connections, our our consciousness, our awareness, all of these things are part of it. It feels like to me when I think about it, and my work is my ultimate work is to get people connected with their souls, to just help plug you in, clear up your energy field, deconstruct some programs that are holding up the framework of what you've been told within the matrix of our society, which there's a lot that's missing, there's a lot that's made up, there's a lot that's not true, there's a lot that you're being kept from about yourself that you should know. And the more that you go through these processes, the more connected you will be to your soul. When you're connected to your soul, there's no bullshit to be had because your soul knows better and it's telling you you're the avatar in the body. The soul has the controller. We're in the physical plane living out in a certain reality, but our higher self and everything else that we're connected to sees and is in a much higher plane of existence and understanding of what is all going on. So we just have to open up that connection as much as possible. And the more we do that, the more soul connected we are. And this is how we can have our own checks and balances for us, uh, for our own knowing. I can tell people all day long stuff, and then people go, "Oh yeah, that sounds right. Oh, that sounds right, or that sounds right." But the idea is for you to be open more and more and more to get this information on your own for what's good for you. And there's definite ways to do that, um and definite ways not to do that. So electronica says you've told people about how to prepare for what's coming, and they were like, don't think too much, and now I say humankind is here because they didn't think. Now people were like, you were right. Yeah. Yeah, well, humans are stubborn. Humans are very, very stubborn. Um and also very programmed and controlled, and by things that they don't realize. Yeah. So it's hard to break free of something you don't know has you imprisoned, right? It's kind of what the whole matrix thing is. Like you don't know you're a prisoner, do you? You don't Something's off. Something is off. What's reality? Are you free? Are you really free? That whole thing, right? um so yeah, so humans are essentially extraordinarily stubborn. They don't like things that are uncomfortable. They don't like change. They don't like things that uh puts their framework and their ideas and their constructed set of awareness and what they believe to the test. They don't like to be tested unless there's something that they can shift to that's just as comfortable. And that doesn't usually work that way. It just doesn't work that way. So, oh yeah, it was just 2:44. I call myself a realistic optimist. I always have. So you see reality, but always have faith and know, like, you see reality, but have your trust and faith and be, optimistic. Um is another thing. We need to see reality for what it is, because if we don't see reality for what it is, then we're already behind. And again, you can't break free of a prison you don't know it has you. So we need to see reality to extrapolate what's really going on, and then we can, even though there's a good part of things that we have to allow for the control to come from elsewhere and let that go and work on the control for us and our focus and our attention and all that stuff. That's what we can control. Our frequency, how what we're feeling in any given moment is truly a choice. Sometimes it doesn't feel like that because we're emotional creatures. So that tends to complicate things. I'm a very emotional creature. I'm a very passionate emotional creature, regardless of what I know and how connected I am. Maybe it makes me even more passionate. Um, maybe it does. But I've always been a very passionate person, but maybe it makes me even more passionate, and more emotional about stuff. And then that's when my guides come in and tell me to, cool my shit. Calm down, calm down, calm down. And I'm just like, and they're just like, calm down. And they're just like, it's because you care so much that this bothers you. So just, it's because you love so much and you care so much that you're bothered. And when people are acting and they're not living in integrity, or they're living selfishly, and they're not in it for humanity, and they're only in it for themselves, and they're liars or manipulators, all this stuff, this is why it makes you so mad, because you care so much. And it's true. So you just got to let it pass. Just, feel it. Don't stuff it, feel it, because we are emotional. We do get upset. And to say that we're really spiritual and we're all zen all the time and nothing pisses us off is such bullshit, and isn't true, and isn't real, and isn't realistic for anybody. You know how often Jesus got pissed? Come on now. Like, he had emotions and he had issues with stuff, and he wasn't always everything is rosy and rainbows and everything is perfect all the time either. And we need to recognize wherever we are on the level of awareness and consciousness, that it is okay to be upset. It is okay to be angry. It is okay to have moments where we're scared of things, but it's about processing that, moving along, and not staying with those energies and letting them consume us and letting them run our program and take us to places that are uncomfortable long term. We need to turn up that flame and let it burn, so we're using up that energy and just let it do its thing and get past it. It's when you stuff it, you don't acknowledge it. This is how we get sick. This is how people get cancer and all sorts of other stuff that they deal with on the physical level, because energy will come out some way, either emotionally through outburst, or internally through illness, or whatever else. You cannot just ignore negative energy and pretend it's just going to go away. You have to deal with it, feel it, own it, you know, dance with it, whatever that is, because it is mandatory to recognize our emotional. We're human. We're meant to be emotional, or else we wouldn't be emotional. We're meant to be that. We're meant to be emotional. It's one of the beautiful parts of us, is feeling emotion and feeling love and connecting in those ways, right? We wouldn't want to not have that. It's a beautiful thing. It inspires our creativity, our emotions. It's part of who and what we are. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing to have emotions. All of them. We need to see them this way, and we need to own them, especially going into a Stargate and to new awarenesses and time frames and paradigms, especially one that is supposed to be built on light but is being kind of overshadowed by some darkness. We need to not let that, do its thing. Um Suns. Stubbornly optimistic, exactly. Matrix is like a bird cage. Pleiadian Sirius Taurus loves so much that's almost hurts. Oh, I know. Isn't it hard? I know. Me too. I can start crying like that. I just think about love and I'll just be like, ah! It's because love just, it's the highest frequency emotion. And when you're like all in it with love, you can't, you're an emotional person. How can you be like love filled and not emotional? That would be very difficult. Very, very difficult. That's, yep. Experience here. Absolutely. Oh, of course I let life happen. Yeah, well, we all let life happen. Me too, very emotional. Yeah, I love you too. All right, how about we get to the cards, you guys? It's a love fest here, for sure. I was worried that Willow wasn't coming. Ali says hi. Card time. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it's already almost 2 hours into this. This is crazy. We've just been chatting and talking about all this good stuff. I hope you guys are all happy and feeling good. We're going to get into our cards now. So we're going to do a general reading for the Light Body Collective for the Stargate. I know. Oh, I'm so happy you're happy. I'm happy too, you guys. It's been truly like, it's been so interesting, these energies that have come through lately for me. But there has been this odd, for the most part, happiness. And I truly feel, I know that, with all these people crossing over, it's been a lot of recognition and coming by around here, and me just kind of feeling that energy a lot, like I said. And I'll tell you guys, for the most part, I mean, it has been such beautiful, happy energy coming from those that are crossed over, that are crossing over with this. It's truly been beautiful. It's been a really beautiful thing. That's why I'm so like passionate about, that aspect of it. Because, I think we know that once we die, we don't have the same feelings about that once we're on that other side, once we leave the body. So it's all very joyful and beautiful and happy, and there's so much of it happening right now that it can be really overwhelming. At the same time, one of my missions is to help people that have this illness and help them get over it. And I can help people with that. So that's been another side of it that's been really weird for me, because I want to help people. It's really frustrating for me to see how many people are sick and dying, and know that I can help, but then haven't been able to, haven't made those connections yet with people. It's been interesting, even though that's the case like all the time. There's people I can help that I haven't made connections with, that I can, that I know that, but it's different when there's something so big going on globally. So that's been an adjustment for me, to be able to go day after day after day, and knowing what's going on, and trying to get the word out that I can help people that are suffering. But still, we haven't gotten there yet. And my guides tell me we will get there, but I just need to be patient. And I've gotten way better with being patient as a human. Way better than I used to be with patience. But it's still something to work on. It's still something to work on, because I just like, come on already. Come on. And then my guys are like, just deep breaths, calm down. You don't know all that's going on, even though you know a lot of shit. You don't know all that's going on. I'm constantly, I know I don't know all that's going on. I'm kind of grateful for it too, because there's only so much I can possibly be connected to and know before, a brain would explode. But it is, we do need to be, reminded. Patience is patience in the unfolding, even though we want to, get there, especially when we're helpers and we want to help and we're like hands behind our back and we can't help the way we want to help. It's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. So, you're going plants, patience. Exactly. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're not afraid to die. Happy Grand Rising. Yes, happy Grand Rising. I love that. You're not afraid to die. There is nothing to be afraid of. Exactly. I cannot wait to see them all faces again. Aw. I'm glad that the souls who crossed out in the realm are good. They are good. They are good. Yeah, I know you do worry about him. It's all about sending love, and that's the most we can do, right? Try not to worry or send fear. You don't want to perpetuate, the more we worry. I mean, it's so easy to worry, when we're emotional and we love people. It's easy to worry, but just catch yourself when you're worrying and instead stop worrying, stop that, and then just send love and then be done with it, because worrying isn't going to help, that, and it's only going to attach that energy to him, and that's not going to help him either. And so this is why anxiety and worry for other people really doesn't help. It doesn't help us to worry, to have to put stresses and stuff on other people. It just, what we need to do is send the energy of awareness and love and openness and unity and all of that. And that's what we do in these meditations when we get together. A lot of that is about raising the awareness and the consciousness and the connectedness with people in their own right place and time. And that's the most we could do. That is truly the best thing that we can do. Depending on the relationship, we can show people, we can guide people, we can tell people things that we've learned, we can show them people or places and things and stuff that could help them, but we can't do it for anybody else. And trust me, for my own family, for people that have come around and kind of dabble here and there, and it's like, you lay out the buffet and it's like, take what you will, take what you're ready for. And then you have to have this detachment to it. And I know it's hard as a mother. I'm a mother too, and I totally get it. You know, but there has to be this detachment to it, or else we're doing a detriment to our own energy. I mean, we can obviously care for people and take care of them and do certain things, but on that energetic level, it's like, what can we do? I know you do. Yeah. Crystals. Willow is asking what crystals I've been working with. Let me show you. I think I showed you guys this one last time. Let me see if it will. I don't know if it'll. Can't get it to. This is just a little quartz crystal that I got. Let me see if I can. I'm trying to get it to not focus on me. You guys can see that. It's hard to do it, but it has this. It's a quartz crystal, and it has this. See if you guys can see it. See that line? It's like this cool, like, timeline thing going on in there. It's really neat. That's just, what else? Actually, honestly, it's been more Himalayan rock salt, big time. Um, yeah, isn't that cool? Yeah, it is so cool. I love this. Oh, I took pictures of it on my Instagram. So if you guys want to take a closer look at it and video of it, it's on my Instagram from a few weeks back. But yeah, this thing is really cool. But anyway, yeah, Himalayan rock. I've been guided to get a bunch of. I've in the last month and a half have bought like 30 pounds of Himalayan rock salt, and I have it in all of these. I think I showed you guys last time, but I bought more, and I've got a bunch of these around. This one's kind of light. These are light pieces, and I've got a candle in there, as you can see. Isn't that pretty? Oh, I have this one here. I didn't even light it yet. But I've just made these like bowls, and I put a bunch of this Himalayan rock salt in containers. This one here is really pretty. Check this one out. Oh my gosh, it's heavy. Look at that. Isn't that so pretty? So it's been all about the Himalayan rock salt lately, guys. Not that I'm not a crystal freak. You know that I am. But yeah, Himalayan rock salt, these big fat chunks. And I've gotten these I got one bag of 10, I got two 10-pound bags, and then the last one I got was a 20-pound bag. And I just have these pieces. They're kind of sitting all over the place. And I've just kind of done this business. I have several of these all over the place, and pieces. Oh my God, that is heavy. And all of this back here, all of that, all of that is Himalayan rock salt. So, and I have these pieces all over my windowsills too. So, great protective barrier all along your windows, keeping out negative energy, cycling through positive energy. Really is one of the best things you can have. I also got 2 new lamps. There's one of them right there. It's one of my new lamps. So I got 2 of those. They came in a set on Amazon, and I have one in my bedroom and one out here. I used to have one in my bedroom, but it's been in my back office for forever. I missed it. So I got 2 more. So lots of salt. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Hugs and loves to you too. I carry around those. No, I don't carry them around. I don't really go anywhere. Yeah, check them out on my Instagram. I have some stones, but I don't know how to use them yet. Oh, well, you should definitely get into crystals. Thank you. I got Himalayan, yeah, it's pink Himalayan rock salt. And you can buy them by like the 10 pounds or the 20 pounds. I got them on Amazon, and I thought the 10 pounds for $20 was good, but the last one I got was 20 pounds for $20. But I think I got the last bag. I'm not sure they're going to get it back. I'll have to look. But yeah, I couldn't be more in love with it. It's just everywhere. It's beautiful. And after the first 10 pounds that I got and I put them all over the windowsills, I noticed a huge difference in the energy here, regardless of the bazillion crystals that I have and all the nature in here. It was like bringing in all that Himalayan rock salt really did it. Really, really did it. You want to do Astral also, but you don't know how. Oh, we'll be doing that today. You'll see. Yeah, it's easy. It's super easy. Don't overthink it. Super easy. Okay. I think with meditation in general, it tends to be kind of overcomplicated. Like you have to clear your mind, you have to stay still. Like, I don't follow any of those rules around here. None of them. Okay, so we really are going to get into the cards now. We're going to get into the Archangel Oracle. So here we are. She laughs. Yeah, no rules around here. Archangel Oracle. Now, this is for the Light Body Collective, you guys. So for everybody, everybody, Light Body Collective, all incarnates for us at this time during the Stargate. So this is specifically for this day, 4/4 through 4/10, little give and take between those, a little before, a little after, but mostly the Stargate, which is these 10 days. And I did a fire, earth, air, water sign for April. That's on my podcast, and I'm pretty sure I uploaded it to YouTube as well. So if you guys are interested in taking a look at that or listening, it's a audio only. It's not video, it's audio. I should turn on music over here. Whoop, there we go. You see that? Did you see that fly? Prosperity. With Archangel Ariel, your material needs are provided as long as you follow your intuition and manifest your dreams into reality. Prosperity. So another one of those messages, please don't worry about the economy, about money, about what's going to happen in the future with everybody and all of that stuff. Oh, good. I hope you follow me. You're a Taurus. Oh, well, it's your month. Happy birthday. When's your birthday? Happy birthday. I love birthdays. So yes, prosperity with Archangel Ariel. Your material needs are provided for as long as you follow your intuition and manifest your dreams into reality. Prosperity. That's a great card for right now because people are so stressed out about money and all that stuff. So Archangel Ariel coming through. There's a card. Prioritize with Archangel Metatron. This card comes out a lot, doesn't it? Archangel Metatron coming in to tell us to prioritize and focus on your highest priorities. I will help you get organized and motivated. Sometimes we don't even know what our highest priorities are. What are they? That's where connection comes in. That's where being guided. Some days I don't know either. I'll be like, what am I supposed to do? And it'll come to me. First, you're going to do this. It could be as simple. You're going to wash the dishes. You're going to go for a walk. You're going to take a shower. And then you're going to do some reading. Or then you're going to do some that, you know what I mean? It could be very simple. Or it could be very big. Sometimes, life is just, there's so many options for us. And we could be pulled in. Like, what is our priority? It's one thing to focus on your priorities, but sometimes we don't even know what those are. And I'm not afraid to admit it. Do we always know what our priorities are? No. Because things are always changing and shifting. We feel differently one day or another. This is why, it is good to have schedules, but at the same time, it is good to be kind of free flowing with your schedules too, because, shit, man, I can't remember the last time I had like a to-do list and a schedule happened a day in my life. I think that's why I buy calendars and schedules, and I never even bother because I'm like, it's just gonna get messed up anyway. But it is important to have some type of schedule to keep yourself sort of regimented with stuff. And then when we're a little confused, prioritize with Archangel Metatron. It's as simple as when we don't know to our guides and say, what am I supposed to be doing right now? I feel really confused or torn, or I want to do this, but I feel like I have to do that. Sometimes it's just like that. And then it's like, okay, how about we don't do either of those things and let's shift and do this instead. And then the rest of it will work itself out. That helps. Sometimes that helps. Yes, create get some. Yes, exactly. Drink some water. You were just thinking about Metatron. 111. Yeah. Bohemian Spirit Guide. Metatron's awesome. He usually will guide us through the DMT activation portion of our guided astral meditation. And he's been coming around the last like day and stronger. So I would not be surprised if he's pretty quiet otherwise. He's pretty quiet. You have to really kind of seek him out for he likes to help. He's very visual with his guidance. So symbols, he works a lot with sacred geometry. He'll guide you to create and work with sacred geometry. Compassion. What a beautiful card. We're talking about being emotional and all that stuff. Archangel Zadkiel, soften your heart with respect to the situation and all of the people involved, including yourself. So again, I'm feeling really strongly with this card. Isn't that beautiful? Really strongly with this card that this is a lot about what we were talking about with our souls that are in transition, and how we think about them, that are in transition, how we think about each other, that we're more compassionate, we share more, we give more, we don't worry about having enough for ourselves because we know the more that we give, the more that we get back. And this is really going to be the test for our world, our different societies, how well we take care of each other, how much we rely on government, and how much we take care of each other and have compassion for each other. And you know what's so great about this? We have to think positively. One of the great things about this situation that we're in right now is that we're all of us. Now, I'm not saying we're all exactly in the same place in our lives, but all of us are going through something, and this brings people together. And that is something that's going to be resonating more and more and more in the collective, which is a really beautiful thing. Yeah, he's quiet but strong for sure. Compassion for this time. That's definitely what the world needs. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, I'm told to keep going. Whoop. Oh, we got two. All is well with Archangel Jeremiel. Everything is happening exactly as it's supposed to. With hidden blessings, you will soon understand. All is well. So again, beautiful messages here. All is well. I know from certain perspectives, it doesn't seem like all is well for some people, but we really need to understand and see it from a bigger picture, bigger perspective. All is well. Oh, I got a tickle in my nose. Everything is happening exactly how it's supposed to. With hidden blessings, you will soon understand. Yeah, that's the message a lot of times, isn't it? We don't know everything. We don't see everything. There's so much in play we have no idea about. We just have to have faith in that. Like my guides always tell me, you don't know everything. You don't see everything. You think nothing is happening. You're like, come on, come on, come on. You think nothing is happening. Doesn't mean it's not happening. You just don't see it from this perspective. Doesn't mean it's not happening. Just like a surprise party. If you've ever thrown a surprise party, if anybody's ever thrown a surprise party for you, look at all that's happening that you had no idea about, or look at all that you've done. Absolutely. Yeah. Tickles here too. Oh, tickles are the best. And next, Courage with Archangel Ariel. I love this card. This is the card that I got and how I named Ariel. I was like, what am I going to name this dove? This one-legged dove that I rescued and healed without even knowing that I could do it. He was one of my first big ones. And this is the card that came up. Courage. Be courageous and stand up for your beliefs. So it's more about walking through the unknown to get to the other side, and knowing that you're going to be receiving yourself on the other side. You're perfectly safe. Be courageous. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. Don't be in fear. No matter what happens, you have to maintain that. Well, I used to have 2 doves, but I have a dove. That's that cooing that you may hear in the background. That's my dove, Ariel. And he's my dove because he lost his leg and he got caught. I was living in this one place where they had this huge aviary, and they had about 20 doves or 30 doves there. And he got his leg caught like wood that went, how do you do it? Like the wall and the top like that. And then he got it caught inside. So when he went to fly away, his foot got caught, his leg got caught. Then he like spun around. So I had to go up and climb and go in there. I mean, it's kind of a longer story, but I'm going to shorten it. I had to go in there and climb up the side of this aviary. I swear to God, angels were holding me up because I should not, especially once I got him and I was doing it one-handed going down. And the fact that I'm like, please just let me get you and pull you down. And so it was basically like, when you take a chicken leg and you snap it, that's what his leg looked like. It was horrible. And he needed to be amputated. That leg needed to be amputated, but I didn't have the money for that. And the people who owned all the birds, they weren't around, and not that they were going to do it anyway. They were not the nicest people, unfortunately. And so I just took care of him, and he never got an infection. His leg eventually, like 4 or 5 days later, it died and it came off, and he was more emotional than physically hurt. But I did, yeah. I was like, how is this even possible? He had I have pictures. I do have pictures because I was trying to get people to help me financially, and I was putting stuff on Instagram and being, please help me donate. I need to take this animal to the vet, and I don't have hundreds and hundreds of dollars for this. And I was already in a horrible situation when this happened. And so this was a few years ago. And yeah, it was right when Hurricane Harvey hit at the same time. And nobody was donating anything to anybody that wasn't hurricane related. And he just got better. And I was like, that shouldn't happen. He should have an infection. How could this even be a thing? And then my guides were like, yeah, that's what you did. And I was like, it took me a few things in my life to happen. Like I always see him and losing his leg like that is kind of a sacrifice for me to figure out some stuff about what I could do. Because if it wasn't for these certain situations, I wouldn't know. You know what I mean? So I love that bird a lot. He sleeps in bed with me. he's tucked into because he can't perch all night. He only has one leg. And he's a love. I love him to death. He's beautiful. Yeah. Oh, he's a gift. Yeah, I can go get him right now. He has a little bald head because the place we lived before had mold, and then he lost his feathers, and his feathers keep coming back, but then he scratches them out. Hey, you. Hi, Daddy. Oh, you want to come in? Come here. Come here. Here, Daddy. Where's my love dog? Where's the love dogs? Hey, hi. Hi. Who's that? I know. So we can see. Say hello. Say hello. Where's my nose? What? 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 What, baby? What? You want to go up there? Okay. What you doing? What you doing? You say hi? Who's that? Bye. He has branches up here. See, I'll show you. Babies. Babies. But I don't want you to be up there. Where's all the other kitties? Hold on 1 second, guys. Oh, I have to go get Pretty Boy. I'll be right back. What's up, Debbie? What's up, Debbie? Okay. Sorry about that. I had to let Pretty Boy in. Now my cat wants to play. Now one of my cats want to play with me. I have a lot of cats. This is all tied up. Oh my God. What do I do here? I got this and I actually got the wrong one. And I just never returned it. Guess it's mine. Okay. Aw. Meow. Yes, my babies. Okay, continuing. So we had courage with Ariel. Courage, have courage, be courageous and stand up for your beliefs. I think this is just more also about as new awarenesses come into play, as time goes on, to just allow yourself to be open with people and share things. And because more and more people are going to be awakening and they're going to be seeking others who know stuff. So it's time to, just be open about all this stuff. Okay. And is that all for there? That's all for the Archangel Oracle. We're going to do the Angels of Abundance now. This is Angels of Abundance now. So prosperity, prioritize compassion, all is well, and courage from our archangels. Actually, Ariel came out twice. Prosperity and courage with Ariel. Just noticing. Okay. Angels of abundance. Let's see what our angels of abundance always give us great advice. Great advice for thinking in terms of abundance and manifestation and all that. This 4-4 Stargate is really about connecting to our divine counterparts, about opening up those channels of communication, of divine connection, connecting more with our souls, understanding more of the bits and pieces of symbols and things that we can bring back from our dream state and astral state that are going to help us, getting more information from our soul story or Akashic records as it's known to help us in this time, especially going forward when so much is happening and changing. Okay. Is that one or two? Oh, they're stuck. Block out distractions. That's a great card. Haven't seen that card in a while. I'm going to take a drink. My third eye is so active. It's like releasing now. And now, like, remember how I told you it was so much pressure for my third eye all day? And then that my pineal gland is like releasing. So it'll release in your sinuses. And so it's like going to in the back of my throat. Holy moly. This ascension business is pretty serious stuff, people. Oi. Okay, block out distractions. Your life purpose and other priorities need your undivided attention. So it's time for you to take charge of your schedule and working environment by turning off electronics and avoiding anyone or anything that distracts you from what's important. You already know what these distractions are, and you have the power to responsibly block them out. Look at that. Let's see if I can. There we go. What a great card. You what? You bought Spotify to block out ads on the Rona? That's hilarious. Yay. That's so funny. Well, good for you. Good for you. That sucks that you have to go out of your way to not see that. But I'm glad you're doing it, and we all need to do that, because at this time when this is specifically talking about what you just said. To block out the Rona, because it is so big and it's such a big thing, and everything connected to it is so big and such a big thing, and it's on the forefront of like everything that we have to actively pursue the avenue of not letting it consume us, of just dipping in when we need to. Like I tell people, I really don't have, like, I wish, like the other day, I was like, I wish I could just unplug, not be into it, not follow it, not be a part of it in any way, shape, or form. But I don't get that. I don't get to do that, because I need to know what's going on, and information's coming to me, and I don't think I would last a day, because it's not the way it's supposed to be for me. So I do take time, though, to not do that. It's very specific. Like I'm guided, like, okay, this is when you're going to dip in and check in on that. And then I'm like in and out, I can't ride that wave for too long. It's not healthy. And plus, it keeps us from, like it said, it keeps us from our life. To take charge of your schedule and working environment by turning off electronics and avoiding anyone or anything that distracts you from what is important. So, if for certain people, there's people that kind of tend to pop up whenever you get into creating or something, if you ever notice a pattern and it's attached to either your own habit or a person that tends to always pop up. Like I used to have there used to be this lady that I knew, and every single time her and I would start talking deep and getting into spiritual stuff, or I'd start with healing her, whatever, her husband would pop up, her husband would pop up, her husband would pop up, texting, calling, walking in, didn't matter, every single time. And she would just let it happen, let it happen, let it happen, every single time, every single time. And she just never saw it, never saw it as a problem. And I'm like, she allows this energy to come in and take over right when it's so important for her not to allow that to happen. And she can't make the connection that this is happening, that this is coming in to get in the way of her advancing, of her lifting her consciousness up, getting healthier, getting more connected. It happens because he's very negatively charged. So he gets triggered to get in her way. Very simple. Every single time. I don't deal with her anymore, or him, because I had to I had to I had to back right out of there, because it was not progressing. She was letting him build up a little dam that she couldn't see, that kept getting in the way. And finally I just had to say, kind of do that. It happens. It happens. Great one, so important. Also, what I have been thinking about lately. Oh, I need to let my cat out. Um, this day I like to be, yes, by yourself is good. Ooh, deja vu. I like it. Yeah. Yeah, it's necessary. You just have to see it for what it is. You know what I mean? And when there's resistance, or when there's blocks, and the person lets that continue to happen, um that's where they're at. You know what I mean? So you just have to lovingly detach, like you said, lovingly detach, and let that work itself out. And if it's meant to come back around, and for me as a teacher and a healer, I can't be forceful about it. I have to just let people be people. I'm always here. I'm always ready. I'm always good to go and ready to connect people, to heal people, I'm good to go. So it takes a person coming to me and being ready for all of that. And if I try to, if I point too much out about how they're not making that happen, sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it's not, but it's mostly helpful if they want the information. Why is this happening? Why am I blocked? Why isn't this going on? Or what's getting, people, sometimes you don't see it. You don't see your own, what you let kind of happen to you. So anyway, block out distractions, decide. And you know what? This is something that's happened with me too. Like, I do dip in and dip out, but it's come to me lately too, that we need to have like, um, that one full day of none of it, that these hours where we're not doing that at all, where we're not checking in on the world and what's going on, especially now. Before, it was easier to not because everything was just doing its regular chaotic thing going on. It wasn't, this new big thing going on. And so checking in and getting information was a different sort of animal than it is now. And uh the reality is that hospitals are not seeing accidents as much, and that's why they would need to take care of people. Those things are way down because this other thing is taken over. So everything is even shifted on that level. They're not dealing with the same things that they used to deal with because they're dealing with this other thing. So it's just kind of, it's everywhere, obviously. When you were talking about this woman and, oh, you had a deja vu about that. Interesting. Nature time. Yeah. I've been making it a point to, that's awesome. We don't have blue jays around here. We have stellar jays. They're really big. They're like, blue jays are tiny, and we have stellar jays. They're so cool. If you guys have a chance to look them up, do a search for stellar jay. They're beautiful black, and these, oh, I've shown you stellar jay feathers before. These beautiful blue feathers. That's a stellar jay feather, but it's kind of a light. You can't even tell that it's blue. Oh, it's a little bit. I have some really bright ones. Really bright ones. So they're black and blue, and they have little mohawks. And they look really serious. They have these little mohawks, and they're loud. They're the loudest of the jays. They are so loud. So loud. And when there's a bunch of them and they're all going off with each other, you're like, what in the heck? I was doing a live once when the stellar jays were going crazy to the point where it was like, I need to go see what's going on. And it turned out that a baby was was trying to learn to fly, and the cats were trying to get at it, and the family of stellar jays, because they're not just like mom and dad with stellar jays. They live in a community. So all of the adult stellar jays were going ape shit when this little baby was under attack. It was really intense. It was really intense. Oh, stellar jay, like that. So yeah, I've been making it a point when it's nice out. We're gonna get another week of snow and rain, you guys. We had like 2 solid weeks of rain and icky cold outside. Not pretty. And then we've had like 2 days of sun, 2 maybe 3 days. And then we're going to have another like whole week. But anyway, listen to me complain. I'm so over the cold. I want consistent days of sun, because I go out there. Sunny out. I've been going out and I'm eating my lunch out there. I'm taking Rosie out there. The cats come out there. We're all hanging out, and it's awesome. I do like an hour. I take care of my garden, but when it's cold out, I want nothing to do with it. And pretend the snow is selenite. You had bare feet. Yeah, I did too. Yeah. I get cold really. The cold, and I live in the mountains. So I know it's kind of crazy for me to complain about it, but it just seems to be going on a long time. Long time. Like, I just want it to end. Oh, here we go. We got this card not too long ago. We got it again. When was it that for the equinox. We got this card for the equinox. Quiet retreat. So both of these cards, I love sun gazing too. I don't really get to do it a whole lot out here now, because you're only supposed to do it like right at sunset and right at sunrise, and I don't see a whole lot of that with all the trees. So, block out distractions and quiet retreat. We got quiet retreat last time. We're getting quiet retreat again. It's time to disconnect from the outer world so that you can discern and process your true thoughts and feelings from your inner world. Create this quiet time for yourself, and you'll have more clarity about what to do next. So we're really getting that. Getting that. Prioritize Prioritize, disconnect. That's funny. So seriously feeling that, you guys. Retreat for everyone, yes. And I highly recommend you guys, if you're out in public, please wear some kind of covering. It is airborne. Or tell people that you know that are more immunocompromised. It's definitely a thing you want to do. Donations, tithing, and charitable work. This is what we were talking about earlier. People are going to be donating, being charitable with each other. So all of this is very much in alignment with what I just got done saying, isn't it? Oh my gosh, my third eye. It is so dripping into my throat. Okay. Give joyfully to the organizations and people who spiritually support and inspire you, and know that your generosity will be returned to you manyfold in miraculous ways. The time, supplies, money, or other resources you donate will ensure that your positive energy multiplies. Yeah, this is why, like, when I'm guided to do what I do for free, or like when I'm doing, whenever I get around to healing somebody with COVID, I'm doing that on a donation basis or free. If you can't afford it, that's okay. If you can, donate some money to help me out because I need money, just like everybody else, fine. But I'm not in it for the money, I'm not in anything that I do for the money at all. And I know that this is absolutely true. The more that you give of yourself in a selfless way to others without worrying about money, the more you share, the more you receive. And the more you do it, the more you see it happening. It's amazing. Like, I started getting super generous with tipping a few years ago, giving, and just I was in survival mode because, like I said, I was sick for most of my adulthood, and I was on disability, and I could barely make ends meet, and I never liked to run out of stuff, and I was always so money centric and stressed out about it, and it was a thing, a whole big thing. And for a while now, I'm not like that at all, and everything is better. Everything is better. 144. Oh yeah, it's 344 right now. 344. Look at that. Go away. Okay. So give joyfully to the organizations and people that support you spiritually or inspire you. So obviously that, but also just in your community. If it's in your community, if it's whatever it may be, however you're guided to give back or to accept help and charity and donations. It's important to accept. Very big deal. Very big deal to accept it and ask for help. Ask for help if you need it. Ask for help if you're running low on stuff. Create an environment with people that you know, or your whomever, however it may be. Oh, I heard recently there's some app called Neighbor. I think I meant to look it up, but it's just coming to me now. I heard about it on some podcast, and they said how it's just like within the neighborhood that you live, and people will post like, "Oh, I have extra toilet paper if anybody needs toilet paper," or I'm out of milk and the store didn't have any. Does anybody have milk? And it's an app where people, and people are just leaving stuff on each other's doorsteps. I'm pretty sure it's called Neighbor. Let me see. Oh, Next Door. Maybe it's Next Door. I think it's Next Door. Local neighborhood on the App Store. It's called Nextdoor. Is that the one that I don't think I've ever heard of this one. Connect with your local community. So if you guys are interested in connecting at this time with your neighbors, I start to grow your own food. That's beautiful. I want to do that so badly. Yes, yay, that's wonderful. Oh, didn't I let you out? I thought I let my cat out. Okay, I'll be right back. I thought about it. He's trying to get my attention. No, let me out, damn it. How you doing, Birdie? You okay? You okay, my Birdie? Little left ducks. I love you. Man, this thing it's really tangled up. Okay. I saw this. I think I might do this where you grow your veggies in a little like tub with water. You like cut off tops of onions and carrots and lettuce. I'm gonna look into that because I don't really have. I have an outside area, but I kind of don't. So yeah, I was thinking about doing that. You're gonna do it inside, yeah. There's also the tall ones. So they're like these pod things. So so the veggies grow out like this. Those are really cool. So I'm thinking about doing that. That as well. Something. Okay. So are we done here with this? Okay, so we're done here with our angels of abundance. Block out distractions. Quiet retreat. So let's make the most out of this situation and go within, spend time meditating with your higher self, creating, doing any type of art, meditation, dancing, singing. So however you're guided to connect. Donations, tithing, and charitable work. So again, if you guys are interested, that app is called Nextdoor, and I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to check it out because I think that's really cool. Okay, especially at this time. This is not like regular times, It's just not. Right, Birdie? Yes. He agrees. Okay, next up, you guys, if I can find it. Is the Fairy Oracle. The Fairy Oracle. Isn't he loud? Being with animals is part of your retreat. Oh, definitely. I'm never not around animals. Ever. So we have the Fairy Oracle here, you guys. Fairy Oracle. Fairy Oracle always comes through with some really good information and messages for us. Always. Definitely coming Oracle much more this year than last year. As we know, the veil has been thinning, so definitely that magical earth from that side. Let's see what those are. The Guardian at the Gate. And we're at a Stargate. And we get the Guardian at the Gate. What do you know? And this is G Hobia. Hobia. Yeah. Card number 61. You think he could be distracting? Let's get into the gatekeeper first, or the guardian at the gate. You said gatekeeper. Guardian at the gate. What? What, Rosie? Did you eat your food? I don't know if you ate your food. Did you? Guardian at the gate. Okay. Passages to new life, openings, gatekeeping. The principal task of the guardian at the gate is to facilitate the passage from one realm to another and to not block the passage of that which is not ready to pass. These realms may be earth, fairy, the cosmos of the singers, or unity. They can also be considered as levels of reality or states of consciousness. So earlier when we were talking about inception and the levels of reality, gates of awareness, that's what we're talking about. In one state of consciousness, we are in the ordinary world. In another, we are in fairy or unity. Our bodies don't move, but our minds do. The guardian at the gate of unity facilitates the passage of the song into the hearts of the singers and aids the passage of humans and fairies into unity to be filled by that song when it is their time. We cannot make the mystical experience happen to us. We can only open our hearts wider and wider until we are ready, usually only momentarily, to receive it. The guardian at the gate recognizes our readiness. Along this line, one man, and there's like an oracle group that were a part of the making of this oracle. So one man says, we see the energy gathering into the starry gate or streaming out of it. So either in or out in the picture, but we cannot tell what is happening on the other side of the gate. This is very suggestive of how these gates and our passages through them can be. Yeah. This is the primal spirit of all of the guardians that appear when we are about to step through all metaphorical and most physical gateways. From the guardians of the passages between the worlds to the guardians or doorkeepers at your own front door, they are all manifestations of one spirit, like facets of different sizes on the surface of one diamond. Naturally, this card shows the guardian at the gateway to fairy and also to the fairy's oracle itself. Every person, every fairy who has ever helped us through an important passage was manifesting the energy of the guardian. Now the guardian holds the gate of the other world open for us. All we need to do is enter. Drawing, it speaks of new opportunities, new openings. Passing through this gate may lead to a physical journey, a mental or an emotional one, or a journey of spirit, or all of them. It always leads to adventure. This gateway will also lead to significant change in our lives. The passage through such a gate changes us. Well, duh. If there was ever a time when the guardian at the gate shows up, and the guardian at the gate has shown up, if you guys have been, and I know Karen and Willow, you guys have been around and you've known the guardian at the gate shows up when we have our are Stargates. It takes on a meaning that none of us could have like probably have like seen before. Just how deep that goes. The passage through such a gate changes us. Oh my God. Yeah, we're all being changed forever through this. Is that sunlight that just came through the room? Yes, yes, it is. It's been overcast. I was really focused on my reading, but yeah, it's been really overcast all day, very foggy, and all of a sudden it got really sunny in here. Yeah. Okay. The gate we face may not seem like much. The decision to enter may not seem to be a matter of great moment, but the presence of the guardian at the gate tells us that something important is happening. It indicates that going forward through that gate is no small thing, but something to be approached with awareness and prayerfulness. We are embarking on a new phase in our lives, and there will be no going back once this gate has been passed. That is the kind of transition the guardian at the gate leads us to, always to irrevocable change. We may, of course, ask the guardian at the gate for guidance and protection on our journey, and we would be wise to do so. Alternatively, the presence of the gatekeeper in a reading may indicate that we are being asked to help open a gate for someone else, to help provide an opportunity for them. The job of a gatekeeper or gatekeepers is to open the gate, but not push people through it. So, again, what we were talking about before, show everybody and be there, open up the gate, but it's whether or not people are going to let those things of distraction keep them away, because things of distraction always come with the gate. Always. It's like, here's the gate that's open, and then here's the stuff that keeps you from going. Always happen at the same time. And it's really truly about what you're going to focus on, what you're going to look at and understand. Yeah, it is a beautiful sign. Age of Aquarius, absolutely. Okay. I always like to read the reversed because we can, feel into the energy of what is positively charged or negatively charged, if we want to see it that way. So, the reverse side, it says the reverse guardian at the gate can indicate that a gate is closed to us at this time. Perhaps we are trying to start things that we are not truly ready for, or that are not ready for us. I feel like I'm there a lot. I feel like I'm there and I'm like, okay, nobody else is here with me. Nobody's ready. Oh my God. That's a little spiritual humor. Oh my God. Oh shit. I'm sorry. It just really hits home for me. Not ready for us. Oh, yes, 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 indeed. Indeed. Perhaps we're even trying to do something that is inappropriate for us, something that will take us to a dead end road. Standing here and banging our heads on the closed gate is not a productive activity. If we have our hearts set on going in a particular new direction and this card is reversed, a good question to ask is, what do I need to attend to first in order to bring this opportunity into my life? The answer to that may be that unfinished business from the past may make us unready to move on. If so, we need to complete the world or our inner selves. So this could be something like, I really am ready to grow spiritually and move on and rise and connect to my soul and my spirit guides, but I'm working at Walmart. And those two things are in conflict because of the different energies that I am in. Just as an example, I may be ready to move on spiritually or get into these projects, but then the people I'm hanging out with always just want to hang out and do stupid things, stupid. What I say, I don't mean stupid like in a judgment, but things that aren't in alignment with that. So these are the things that can block us, the things we need to take care of first, clear the way, and then we can move on, because those two things are opposing. And then we're stuck in between and we're not really making any progress. If anything, we might be more frustrated. You felt that? Okay, good. Oh, that's funny. An alternative possibility is that the gate is open and we are refusing, possibly out of fear, this happens a lot too, to see and enter it. We may be telling ourselves that it isn't a real opportunity, that it wouldn't really work, that we can't or don't want to do it after all. We might be feeling both an attraction towards it and a substantial fear of it, and we might be denying the fear and giving ourselves all sorts of reasons and rationalizations and justifications as to why a sensible person would not try that. Yet the gate stands open. When the guardian at the gate appears in a reading reverse, deep thought is required. When it appears right side up, the gate is wide open and prepare for an initiation into a new life. That's very exciting. And you know what I'm hearing about this too? This isn't, again, just about us here on the physical. It's about the gate that's being open to those that are crossing over, and all that, all that comes with it too. You quit your job to take time to think about your life day by day, growing less money, but more wealth. Perfect. 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 A lot of people on this path have to do that, because you get to that place where those two things are not going, you can't continue until you let go of things that are too stuck in a place that you're coming from, you're leaving. So it takes those types of big changes in our world to be able to do these things. We need to create the space to do them. So look at Jihabya. Remember how I said things? There's always one, the two things that happen: the opening of the gate, and then the things that keep us from it. So Jihabya. Come here, Rosie. Come here, babe. Rosie. Here's Rosie. Hello. Hello. You're so damn cute. You are. Can I have a kiss? Apparently not. Okay. Imaginary fears, unreal hazards. Frog in my throat. Okay. Imaginary fears, unreal hazards, realistic caution. He refuses to tell me what the G in his name stands for, because he says the more we know about him, the less power he has and the harder it is for him to do his job. This tells you a lot about him. His powers lie in our imaginations and fears, not in the real world or in any of the real worlds. This is the wicked thing in the closet who keeps frightened children awake at night with eerie, snuffling, woofling sounds. But when you turn on the light and open the door, he isn't there. So the creator of this oracle, he wrote, he exists only through the collection of our fears. The Hobia thrives on fears, getting stronger and stronger until we face him. He is a sham, a tiny fear blown all out of proportion, and the smallest positive thought will banish him. All of fairyland knows this, and none is afraid of him. Hobia's job is to wave our imaginary fears in front of us, make them look as alive and real as he can. He's pretty good at this. The challenge he offers us is to see that certain fears of ours are imaginary and to distinguish them from things we actually need to be cautious about. In this way, he tries to catch us to look past the fear and see the real EIO-trolity, the truth, whatever the truth is. It is a difficult job, and Jihobia, the Pook, Guacha, and the Fee Lion are a few other hardworking fairies. Uh, and a few of the other hardworking fairies get together twice a week for otherworld nectar, hazelnuts, cheese, and applesauce, and to grumble about humans and to support each other. The work they do, hard as it is merely an apprenticeship for the much harder work for which they get to wear the starry crown, like Epona's wild daughter, lists of the shadows. It takes a lot of practice and skill in dealing with human flaw to get promoted to that level. If you could hear the stories they tell. So it is time to look for the truth behind the fears, to distinguish between what is real and what is just our projection of old traumas and fears in our imaginary future. Are you okay? By delving into our old patterns, we can see past them to a more liberating life. Only by facing these fears honestly and seeing them for what they are do we gain greater ability to open our hearts to the singer of courage and gain in strength to face the really difficult challenges in our lives. Each false fear confronted and resolved makes us so much stronger. On the other hand, in reverse, perhaps there is a wicked thing in the closet waiting for the lights to be turned out. Check things out carefully. Sometimes our fears are justified. It is important for us to learn to distinguish between the imaginary and the real. So, I mean, that's perfect. It's perfectly perfect for what we have going on right now, isn't it? I mean, we have to. This is a time when, for the collective, so many fears are coming up, where we're going into this new threshold, this new gateway. But with that comes its own new set of circumstances and fears that come up. People really in fear about their security, their finances, their health, their I mean, all of the kind of the pillars of our foundation of what keeps us stable is really being rocked. And those things can be real, but then it tends to open up the floodgates for a bunch of stuff that's imagined. We tend to project into a future with our fears that isn't there's no real basis in reality. It's about projecting our fears of survival or not surviving, whether having a home or money, being able to feed ourselves or stay well or any of those things. All of that is coming up for people in different ways throughout the collective. So, this is a really strong thing that we're dealing with right now. What is a real fear and what is an imagined fear? So, in this situation, would be the real fear would be that you or somebody you know gets sick and maybe doesn't get better, and that could be a real fear if that's where you want to see real fear. um sure, absolutely. But projecting, am I going to have money in 6 months, is only going to upset you, because that, first off, decide, yes, I'm going to have money in 6 months and I'm going to be just fine, but maybe I don't need to know all the ways in which that's going to happen right now. It's not necessary to know that right now. In our typical world, let's say Jane Doe goes to work every day and she gets a paycheck every couple weeks, and she thinks she knows. We're finding out now. A lot of people go, oh, wait a minute, I thought I had security. I thought I knew that in 6 months I was going to have the same or more money than I have now because everything is status quo. But then people are realizing it can change really, really quick. And what we think we know about our future, good, bad, or indifferent, has yet to come into play. Really, we are working in the energy of the here and now. We're energetically someplace else always. So bringing those things into alignment needs to happen. And when we're in fear, that makes it harder for it to happen. And that's kind of like what this whole timeline thing is. the more we're in fear during the Stargate, the harder it is for us to reach the higher levels of awareness and get on those higher levels of the higher timeline branches that we're aiming for. So yeah, there you go. We have the guardian at the gate and telling us we have a gate open. So much is changing, so much is coming into our awareness that wasn't before, so much is coming up. We're going to be open to different things than we were before on different levels. And we need to keep ourselves just really open, even if we think we're already really open and we live these magical spiritual lives and we're super connected and we see ourselves as really open. We can still be we can still have rigidness to us and have our moments of being judgmental and maybe prejudiced to certain things, ideas that we've decided are the way that they are. And we just need to keep ourselves in check no matter what stage we're in, that we don't always know everything and we're not always right. And we need to step back and we need to take a look at things from different perspectives. Yeah, meow. This is Little Bears. She just learned very recently that laps are really cool. She's 5. Anytime I've ever tried, and I literally was there when she was born, anytime I had tried to put her and have her be on my lap, she would not have it. But if I'm laying in bed, she could stand on top of me and lay right on my chest. But sitting on my lap was just not okay. All of a sudden, she's really into it. Like, that's where she wants to be all the time, is in my lap. She is a beautiful kitty. See, there she is. Look at that face. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. What are you doing? Nails. 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 You have to be careful with those nails. You do. She's really bad at the nails. You try. Okay. Ah! See, right there. I don't trust you. She is a magical cat. She definitely is. Pictures of her on my Instagram too. Okay, guys. So that is it for the fairy oracle. Awesome cards. Awesome cards for right now. Seriously. Guardian at the gate and yeah, manicure. Oh gosh. Oh no, she's over there scratching them right now. Making them nice and we're gonna do one more oracle, and that is the Dragon Fae, and then we'll be done. And then we'll pull cards for you guys if those of you who want a card. And then we'll do the meditation. Where are we? Oh my gosh, 3 hours, 15 minutes, 51 seconds. Whoa. It always goes long. Always. That's okay though. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, they're all falling, and I'm like, I know that none of this is what I'm supposed to grab. Card number 6, Grandmother Magics. What a great card. Okay. Okay, he's done now. Okay, Grandmother Magics. I comfort you. Grandmother Magic speaks. At this time of life change. You are drawing to you other beings and people, including divinities who bring you solace, comfort, and their unconditional love. You are surrounded by this comfort even in the beginnings of this earth known you are surrounded by this comfort even in the beings of this earth known as pets, but who are truly your guardians and beloved companions. These pets are those who comfort you with their love and warmth and their desire for your well being, your company, and your happiness, come what may. You may draw to you new friends at this time or just be gifted with the kindness of strangers. There are many wonderful beings in this world, some of whom are being sent directly to you to bring you comfort, to hold you, to rock you to safety, and sleep at night. You are a being who is valuable, who is loved beyond measure. Allow us to come close to you and let us experience. Also, know that the old way of viewing this stage of life has fallen away. Their thing, and we will celebrate this together, you and I together with the friends who want so very. Isn't that beautiful? Exactly. Dragon, you've been waiting so patiently. I know you love the dragon cards. And this card, could it be any more perfect? This message right now. Again, stages, changes, what's falling away, new things, new people, new blessings, new kindnesses, the whole charitable thing, the whole coming together, the whole unity thing. It's very much in theme, as it usually is, right? So, he's so loud. He's like the tiniest little bird, and he's so loud. Are you happy? Okay. About grandmother magics. Older than any being truly knows, she is the mother of mothers, and her lineage is as ancient and vast as time and space themselves. Yet, this grandmother of all knows that we sometimes need to be held and to be rocked, as well as instructed and taught well. At this time, grandmother magics comes to you. It comes to tell you that yes, your new way of living may seem too difficult at times, but now that you have awakened, there is no going back to sleep. There is so much she wishes to show you. Please go to her in trust and love and allow her to introduce the inhabitants of amazing realms to you safely and in great love. And divinatory meanings. There are many untruths about growing older. Growing doesn't mean forsaking your beauty, your vitality, your sexuality, or your energy. It does mean being there for those who are younger than yourself and stepping into the shoes of a mentor without losing your identity. It is time to grow up when she appears, and she will assist you in growing through this stage. She appears at menarche, which is going through the beginnings to menstruate, and at menopause when a woman's period begins to change and finally departs. So she is a blood godmother too, and teaches us the wisdom of the body's cycles and of living with them in joy and harmony rather in shame and fear. And working with grandmother magics. Respect your cycles, understand more about your body and its needs and functions. Treat every function of your body with love and respect. Unearth and dissolve negative conditioning about bodily functions, and know that grandmother magics will reteach you what there is to learn about your body, sex, sexuality, and fertility so you can pass it on with love and wisdom. There will be no more shame about the physical body in your bloodline. She heralds a new beginning of empowerment. Growing older, you can still be beautiful, vital, desirable, and powerful. Hell yeah. Just saying. Do not fall victim to the false lies of the cultural hypnosis that tell you that to be older is not desirable. To be an ancient, a grandmother is to be wise, and there is no better thing. Mm, so true. Oh, do you feel the gooey ooey with this, you guys? Do you feel that? Your cycle started today. Mine started a little bit the day before, but mostly yesterday. So yeah, I was right. Like I was like, oh, guess who's having a period for the Stargate? Yeah, you do. It feels so warm and gooey and loving this energy. If you guys hopefully can feel this, it's absolutely beautiful. It feels so good. And this whole kind of, I mean, if we can just see this presence of these energies with the guardian at the gate and grandmother magics and what we're going through, it's like we're here in such with so much amazing intense energy to usher, like to just let us take you, that sort of thing. That's what it feels like to me. I don't have a cycle anymore and don't miss it. I don't blame you. A lot of birdie secrets. 222s, awesome. That black cat that always comes by my window just walked by. Oh, really? Oh, I love it. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Okay, you guys. So there we go. Let me see if there's anything else here. This whole thing with what when I was reading this whole thing with the bodily functions and respecting the body and treating it right, like seriously, like it's like at this time this whole self-care, body, and like taking care of your health, your immunity, keeping yourself connected, and all of that stuff, like she was just showing me big time. It's a really big deal to take responsibility for the things that aren't for us, take those down, and bring things up that are really good for us. We tend to take care of other people better than we take care of it. I tend to take care of my animals sometimes better than I tend to take care of myself. I mean, it's just kind of what we tend to do, especially if we're in service to others type of people, especially if you're actively in service to others. We tend to really kind of put stuff aside that for ourselves and our own well-being to do and do and do for others. And it's always a struggle. That balance is always a struggle, but at this time it's imperative. And I've been shown that a lot more lately because I tend to be a workaholic, really hardcore workaholic, and I always have been. Not that I can't, mess around with the best of them and put stuff off and be like, oh, that fun thing's going on today. Yeah, let's go do that. Because I'm a person who takes advantage of of things that come up, as they come up. I know better than to be like, oh, I can't do that. I gotta go do this, gotta go do the laundry. Oh, you're going on a hike, you're going to the river. Oh, I was gonna do laundry. Like you'll never, ever hear that from me. I will never choose house cleaning over adventuring in nature, ever. It's just not. I'm not even allowed to do that. That's not allowed. It's like, you kidding? No. So aside from, so when it comes to that, it's one thing, but I'm very like workaholic. Well, I will put off and put aside things that, would make my life a little bit easier and better and take care of myself just because I'm going. But I'm finding it easier to unplug from that manic workaholic energy and slow my roll a little bit and be in the now and see things, and when let's say most of the day was all gloomy and doomy out there, and all of a sudden it gets super sunny and I'm like, oh, look at that, and I will allow myself to go and partake in that because that's what's presented itself to me. And instead of being, oh, I got to finish this, I had this, like, I had a goal, had a plan, had a, you know, we have to be able to flow with that too. Um, Smothering myself in self love and essential oils. You go, goddess. I love it. Love it. Yes, pamper yourself. You know what? I think it is really important to see to like I decided a while ago to like see myself as my own relation, like I'm in a relationship with me. I'm dating and in love with me. I don't need another person to come and shower love on me and take care of me and make me feel good and make me feel loved and to give me little presents and buy me flowers and write me nice little love notes and be hi babies and be to all this stuff that we need to be in love with ourselves on the same level as we can be in love with other people and put that energy into somebody else. We need to do it for ourselves. We have to. It's imperative that we do it for ourselves, that we see ourselves as that outer reflection of somebody else in a body somewhere that we want to be with and have that with. We can have that with ourselves. We just need a pretty thing that you maybe wouldn't have a year or two ago because you deserve it and you love yourself. That is what you're supposed to do, especially if you're being guided to do it. Don't sit there and go, oh, should I, shouldn't I, blah, 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 blah. Do it. It's there for you. It's a gift and you're being presented it, and it wouldn't be there in your world if it wasn't meant for you. So don't hold back the beauty of being in love with yourself. And when you do that, the magic of somebody like Grandmother Magic's only multiplies that more and more. Trust me. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. You're married with your higher self. Perfect. That's how you feel about yourself. Perfect. 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 I even have a toast quartz ring on my left hand finger. Oh, rose quartz. I was like, what's a toast quartz? Rose quartz. Ah, beautiful. Did I put it on? I don't have any of my rings on today. That's weird. I took them all off the other day and I haven't put any on. Perfect. 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 So, yeah, just a lot of this self-care, self-love, connection business. Straight to your heart. Yeah, rose quartz is, I have so much rose quartz. Rose quartz to me is just it's a great constant love vibe that you get from a rose quartz that feels so good. I'll just sit and hold. I have tons of pieces of rose quartz. I'll just sit and hold it and it feels so good. Feels so good. I was wondering what it was. Rose quartz. I have rose quartz sphere. Oh, you made your dolphin. Oh, I want to see. Have you started? Are you Willow? Have you started like an Etsy yet, or were you going to do that? Are you doing your own thing? I keep waiting for information on that from you. Okay, so who wants a card? I'm going to keep Grandmother Magic's out. What did I do? Oh, there we go. I'm going to keep her out. Oh, she makes the coolest stuff. She makes the coolest stuff. She makes really cool stuff. Yeah. Okay. Cards. Okay. And then we will break and come. Oh, it's 3:33 into our feed right now. We got 5 people, 6 likes. Thank you all so much for being here. We're going to get now into the portion where I'll be pulling a card. Oh, her creations are really, really cool. Okay, so let's see who we gonna do. Hi. Who wants to go first? Anybody? And what are you doing? Oh, really? Oh, really? This cat, I tell you. Meow, yeah, meow. She does this thing. She'll turn. She'll look at me. She'll like, "Hmm, don't you want to pet me?" So cute. Doing your own thing because you got overwhelmed. Your local flower show allows me to put stuff. Yeah. You got a bunch of requests. Well, it doesn't surprise me. Good. And I need to pay you for that. So, but yeah, I already have 2 of her portals. Let me show you guys what she does. Because they're amazing. And oh my gosh, when they catch the light, this is her pink. This is the rose quartz one. Speaking of rose quartz, you like it, Levy? You like it? Yeah, you like it? This is called a cosmic fairy portal. Isn't it beautiful? And this comes off of the top, and look at what's inside. Rose quartz. You can get it. Look at a piece of rose quartz. She made this. Isn't it gorgeous? Why are you doing that? Isn't that awesome? Why does it keep doing that? I don't know why it's doing that. Did I just mess something up in there? Look at the cat. She loves it. She's like this with my kalimba. When I start playing my kalimba, she's like rubbing all over it. She loves it. She's really into frequencies. When this catches the light, it's absolutely gorgeous. Is that what's going on? Oh, yeah, one did break. Oh, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. It wasn't, I don't know if that just happened or what, but I'll figure it out. But isn't it gorgeous? I just want to climb inside. It's so pretty. He does. Oh, yeah. Kalimba is so relaxing. It will send you cord. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I put the other one. Let me show you since I'm up. Oh, I don't have my. This is the other one. Merkaba, dragonflies. This is the very first one she ever made. Can you guys hear me? Sorry. This is the first one she ever made. Forgot my volume was over there. Isn't it gorgeous? Oh yeah, she's a magical kitty. She never sits up here, by the way, ever. Ever. She's rubbing all over the computer. It must be energy, you guys, because she's doing stuff. She never sits on my table and she never rubs all over the computer. So it must be your energy, you guys. Isn't that beautiful? Awesome, huh? All right, I'm going to take this off again. I'm going to go hang it back up. But isn't it beautiful? Oh my gosh, when these catch the light, I know. It's so pretty. I have two. I'm getting more. I love. I do. I do love my babies. My babies. My babies. I love you. Okay, so who are we gonna do first? Thank you. They're gorgeous. Okay, so who are we doing first? Should I pick? You guys pick. And what cards? Well, it kind of depends who's going first, really, um what deck I'm using. So who wants to go first, guys? Aw, you guys are so sweet. Me pick? Okay. Um, okay, I'm hearing Willow first and Dragon Fae. How does that sound? Oh, you will go second? No, you're going first. Sorry. You will go first. Oh, you want to play with the card? She's so into it today. Look at this cat. You approve? Yes? She's never like this. Bridget. Bye, little bear. What does it say? We are one. Look at that. Look at that awesome dragon in this, right in the center. Look at that right there. I love this card is so powerful. Card number 29, Bridget, we are one. Let's get going. Oh, yeah, I love it. Okay, Bridget, we are one. Bridget speaks. We are the Fae and the dragon. We are the blood of the ancients and the blood of the star seekers, woven till in each strand working its magic. We are enchanted and practical. We are mothers, daughters, fathers, and sons. We are wise women, the crone, the hag, the maiden, the light-footed innocent, the courageous mother bringing forth life from her womb. We are born into blood, and this blood within us is of our ancestors. Our ancestors know that our bloods have mingled many times, and that those of us who seek to distinguish ourselves from each other know not the truth. I am one. You are me. I am you. We are one. That is the truth of the nature within you. Find the magic of the knowing. Find that which you fear and know it within your own blood and heartbeat. For that is the way to conquer all fear, all ignorance, and all separation from the mother. You are her, she is you, and she is within you and will remain with you forever. There is nothing beyond her, and to deny her now is to deny what you are. I am dragon. I am fae. I am goddess. I am human. I am all there is, and there is all in me, just as there is all in you. See this and cease to seek separation. Oh, that's so good. I feel my heart expanding. About Bridget. Bridget is the great Irish Celtic triple goddess, mother of all, goddess of the forge, of birth, of the hearth and home, and of sacred wells and waters, transformed by the church into a Christian saint. She predates her saint counterpart by some 4,000 years. She is a well of kindness and strength, the patroness of those who are going through any form of struggle to be born into another time in their lives. She carries a sword and knows that this time will be eased if you hold on to hope and understand that this is an experience that all beings endure, but it will not last. So do not struggle because the light is in sight and will be warm and safe and good very soon. And you will be better off for having known the hardship you are currently experiencing collectively. So obviously, this is a card that we pulled for Willow, but this is definitely a message for all of us. Divinatory meanings, finding the common areas between yourself and another very different person, understanding that aging is a part of the human process, moving beyond conditional fears, understanding the truth of the other, having compassion and respect for difference, understanding of soul truths and great love. Women having children and mother issues all come up when this card makes her gracious. Uh-oh. Birdie. Hold on. Hold on, babe. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got. Are you? Stop. Come here. Are you okay? Oh, lovey. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. You okay? He fell. It happens sometimes. He only has one leg. He's fine. He's tough. Talk about strength and courage, man. He's one tough bird. Okay, where was I? Okay, I'll start here. She carries a sword and knows that at this time, she carries a sword and knows that this time will be eased if you hold on to hope and understand that this is an experience that all beings endure, but it will not last. So do not struggle because the light is in sight and it will be warm and safe and very good soon. And you will be better off for having known the hardship you are currently experiencing. Oh, I read that. Divinatory meanings. I got into that too. Where God, I got so far off. Jeez, I read all that too. Where am I? Okay, working with Bridget. I went way too far back. Working with reduce the artificial light in your life and increase the sun and moonlight, the starlight, the light from flame and candlelight. Be sure to strive for justice as Bridget ensures that what is right and fair will indeed take place. Make an offering at a waterway, a sea, a well, a lake, or a river. Okay, so working with water. Um, so again, about fear, connecting with self, connecting with our spirit tribe and our ancestors, um, working with each other. So we're seeing this theme kind of thread. Yeah, he's fine. Kind of thread its way throughout like all of this going on here, the theme of going through a passage, changes, understanding, working on our fears and all that. Just bring some selenite to the waters. There you go. Ow, kitty, nails. Let's see. Now, specifically, okay, so if anything, what I'm getting for you, Willow, specifically, um, she says that for you personally, you're personally not struggling. You're seeing things from a higher perspective, but if anything, your struggle is seeing other people struggling right now. And I'm kind of being pointed to that whole like unplug thing and just needing to really separate from, especially, I guess there's maybe certain people that are really freaking out. And so you could be supportive, but don't let that infect. I'm hearing literally that word, infect your energy and your space. Okay, yeah. So Willow says, yes, lovingly detaching compassion is something I'm working on holding. Yeah. So instead of like physical energy and physical time and hearing somebody, kind of in their chaos or in their fear or in their struggles with what's going on right now, and like we've said, it's understandable that people would be having that perspective because they're not yet fully, they're not maybe they won't awaken, maybe they're not halfway there, maybe they're figuring out. It doesn't really matter, because if they're in that state, um it's something that they need to work through. And like we said before, there's only so much we can do for another person who's in that state. It reminds me of the movie What Dreams May Come. Has everybody seen that movie? If you have not seen that movie, put it at the top of your to-do list, because it is an amazing movie. It's called What Dreams May Come, and Robin Williams is the lead actor in that movie. It's from the early 90s. And perfect. So that's a good that's another good example of trying to, pull somebody else out of their darkness. The lesson is that you really can't. You really can't do that. They must do that for themselves, no matter what level it's on. We can try, of course. We can, lead people and tell people and be there for them and stuff, but there comes a point where now that energy, whether or not better or not, it's just being, it happens with our connections. So the more that we're connected with somebody, or love somebody, or in those relationships with them, and they're, we tend to want to and that feels good to them, that we're trying to take care of them, and they tend to lean into that and not want to be out there on their own. But it's really the only way. In my dreams, I have been traveling into lower astral, pulling people out. I am able to help. Oh, very good. You're getting yourself. And in the day, I just be like, gotcha. Okay, very cool. That's awesome that you're doing that. Um, yeah, that is it's a big thing that's going on right now. I don't know if you were here when we talked about that at the beginning, but people being pulled down into lower dimensional energies is a big thing going on right now. And I did a podcast about it. Uh, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks ago, maybe not that long ago, but that just kept coming, not because my own problems, because I'm not having that problem, obviously, but that was information that was given to me, was that sleep has become very treacherous for people because they're stressed out and they're in fear. And when you're stressed out and in fear, that's what happens when you go to sleep. You can slip down. And so, um, yeah, check it out. Check out my podcast is called Evolve Now. With, no, Evolve Now Lightworkers. I may just change it to Evolve Now. I'm still trying to decide. But it's called Evolve Now Lightworkers with Infinity. That is my podcast, and it's available everywhere. You can also get to it straight from my website, which is the Healing Butterfly work. And all of these links and stuff should be in the description of this event. So you can take a look at that there. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I've had kind of use it. I started off everything I did with infinite love light energy, but just back in December, I was guided to change it to the healing butterfly. But then for my podcast to call it yet something else. So anyway, there you go. Okay, so so I know. Okay, so the other thing that I'm being shown here with you is Willow is that you do have your family, you have the kids that you take care of, and you have friends. But is there something going on about kind of pushing you out more into, which is a weird time for this to be pushed out more during like stay at home orders time or quarantine, whatever you want to call it. But I'm kind of getting this thing, and it's like, how do I put this? Like you expand, like you get kind of getting pushed out, maybe to connect with new people, different people, and I'm just hearing like holding back, like you're trying to maintain your distance in with certain people. Maybe this could be people that are putting in requests for your portals. I'm not sure exactly, but it kind of feels like you're, that's what they're showing me, like in your wake state. Because so they're showing me kind of like in your dream state, you're putting, or in your astral state, you're putting yourself out. But maybe in the like the wake state, it's a little, it's different. I don't know. That's kind of, is there any of that going on? Yes, I have many new little groups that I am collaborating with. As far as putting myself out, I have held back because I'm finding people are being argumentative. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like it seems like they're like what they're showing me is like you separating. Like you're in it, but or you're meeting people or there's something, but there's also you're like, I am definitely maintaining a perimeter. This is what I keep seeing, like perimeter established. This is what I keep on seeing. And not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but it kind of feels like a sweeping kind of this is the way that it is. But there may be something there where there could be one or two that you could really have a deeper connection with, but there's other things that are kind of getting in the way. So just think about that through the portal and what may come up and what may reveal to you. You may already know, oh, it's probably this person or this person, that there's, there's always going to be, remember, if there's a really true soul connection with a person that's meant especially to be in your life in this new shift over the last even year, but definitely coming up now, if there is a deep soul connection, soul group connection, no matter what, however you want to classify and title it, there's always going to be opposition to making that connection. So just as we saw with these two, we had the gate and then we have the fear holding you from the gate. These things always happen. So we have the new person coming in, soul connection person coming in, and then the bullshit that will come in to keep that connection from happening. And it really takes will to see past that and to try to get in there and extrapolate. And each situation has its own set of circumstances that are going to make it kind of a trial. Um, and it's a two-way street there. So this is something that as we go forward, as we awaken, as we get more connected with ourselves, we'll be able to identify this stuff better. Sometimes it's the person themselves. They feel it within themselves. They don't know what's going on. Fears come up with them and then they'll lash out. It happens. It happens to me a lot because it brings up things and they get scared and they'll tend to lash out or do things that turn you off and you're like, well, fuck that then. I'm not getting involved in that. And it's truly just the stuff that keeps them, and sometimes it's worth working it out with the person, sometimes it's not. We just really need to see past that. And sometimes it's such a deep connection that it truly freaks a person out. They'll get deja vus like crazy. Their life will start changing. They'll start connecting it with you. They'll be like, "This is because I know you," and you're like, eh. uh, Sometimes they get angry with that. If it wasn't for you and who you are and your how you woo woo you are and whatever, I wouldn't be going through this right now. Huh, true, but it's for a reason, most likely. So we just need to navigate that knowing from the perspective that we come from. We even the most connected of us, the most aware incarnates, we still we're not none of us are meant to do this alone. None of us are. Not a single one of us. We're all meant to have our tight soul group people that we've done this ride with a few times, and we know each other on a soul based level, and we're meant to be there for each other, and we will go through dips of being connected and maybe not being connected, and everybody has to do their own path, and it can do this and all that stuff, and we just need to be aware. So you're also finding people. Yeah, yeah. No, I definitely see that. It definitely feels like that. She says, I'm also finding people are resonating, but I'm also finding people are resonating way more where people used to tell me they had no idea what I was talking about and made sense to them. Yeah, definitely. That is absolutely happening. I'm having people asking me stuff, they're like, and it's just different. And it's because truly there is this effervescent releasement of energies that keep people behind the fog. And that's lifting away. And then people are like, oh, their their antenna is tuning in, even if it's 10% more. That 10% is huge. It's gigantic in the sense of awareness and spiritual connection and understanding of truth and self and creation and what we're doing here and all of that stuff. And a lot of it can feel very lonely, can be very scary, but there's a lot that goes on with this whole thing. So but what's important at this time is that those of us a bit ahead may cast out our light in the form of energetic cords just to the collective in general, just opening up. It doesn't even have to be a specific person, just in general. I'm here for those who are awakening and seek guidance and want information and want the truth, and whoever may come, and that I'm open to them, but that I see them for who they are, and I'm aware of where their station is and what my place in their life should be, and I'm doing that with full awareness. And if it's triggering me or bringing up things or fears or whatever, then this is my part of the deal too. So we have both sides of it we need to be aware of. um I have a dream that we all collectively can meet someday. Yes, definitely, definitely. The picture behind me on the beach. That would be a good place. It's ready for people when we're ready for it, for sure. Ugh. You're very welcome. Aw, you're so sweet. Well, we're coming together. It's been a lonely road for a lot of us, but we are coming together. Inshallah, Father would say. Oh, did I say that right? Inshallah. Thank you. I love that card and everything you said is resonating. Oh, good, honey. I'm glad. Well, I hope that helps. And I'm glad that you're making connections and you're meeting people. I think that's beautiful and wonderful. And, everything in divine right timing, everything just in time and all that good stuff. And I'm glad that is resonating. And like I said, I'm just being shown again, you have like one or two connections there. I'm seeing them being female, one or two connections there that are, I'm seeing one is like kind of like a short girl, um, like a tiny female. I mean, dark hair, um, really sweet and bubbly, uh, but definitely a little skittish. um, and so I don't know if you know this person already, or if this person may show up soon for you, but that's definitely somebody. So look out for that. Just I'm feeling that they I don't know the name. I don't get names very often. Huh. Sometimes they come, but she has a very fey energy about her. All of your friends are taller than me. Interesting. So maybe this person is yet to show up. So keep an eye out. But I feel this person either around or coming around or coming soon, like that. You've not met her yet. Okay. Well, let me know if you do, because I very much um see this person. Yeah. Okay. Keep your eyes open. Okay, so next up, uh okay, next up is our Oh, it sounds like you? Oh, how funny. Sounds like I'm describing you. Oh, that is funny. Is that what you look like? All right, Star Sister. Well, speaking of sounding like you are up. We're going to do you next, and you're small. Yeah, I'm seeing somebody really small. Like right around 5 foot or smaller. Like small. um yeah. Yes, you're up. You are up, and I am feeling for you, my dear. We're going to get into the heart of fairy. I know you're new here and you don't know what that is. It's really similar to the oh, I don't know what that is in centimeters. I don't know. Have to Google that one. I don't even know what that is in inches. I have to multiply. Anyway, the heart of fairy is my little flyer. The heart of fairy is just like the other one here. This one is that one's a more general one. The heart of fairy has a different book and everything, and it kind of centers more about life and relationships, where the other one is is kind of everything. Okay. You're 161 centimeters. Yeah, I'm going to need a conversion on that one. I have no idea what that is. But anyway, this is the heart of fairy. So we'll see what comes up with the heart of fairy. And you're in Norway, right? Yeah, we don't use the metrics. The metric system does make a lot of sense, but we don't use it. Okay, so whoa. Here we go. Cards that fall. Card number 55, the remembrance. Card number 55. Oh, Finland. Okay, Finland. So the remembrance for you, my dear. The remembrance. That is a very good card here. Believing the challenge. So just like for this is in the section called the journey, and in the section called the journey, there is also the blessing, the leaving, the remembrance, the challenge, the song, the question, the shadow of the past, the joy of the future, the temptation, the hope. So there's things like this in that realm of the journey. So here we have the remembrance, lessons learned, important memories, heart connection. There you go. Good. When you move from one state or one thing to another, what is important to remember? Lessons learned and things achieved are important to remember as you travel along your path. Be aware of what you need to bring with you as you move forward. How did you approach a situation last time? Was it successful? How could you handle that situation better now if it happened again? As you look at the remembrance, what do you see in his eyes? Think of the important things you have learned in the past and take them with you to use on your new journey. So, definitely on a new journey. You definitely are they're showing me that you've been very actively going through your past. Have you been doing this? Have you been going through your past and kind of taking inventory of people and situations, what you learned, how you grew, what you might be missing? Have you been doing this? If not like sitting down with a piece of paper and a pen writing stuff out, at least thinking about it, seeing kind of the fabric of your life, how one thing has led to another, one person, one situation. And have you been doing that? This is what they're kind of showing me with this. You're still with me? I'm also seeing maybe times where you may have recognized where you let fear rule your world a bit. And at the time, maybe you didn't recognize that, but maybe you can look back and go, oh, okay, I can see where that was that chaos or whatever that was going on is stemmed from fear. I'm feeling like trust come up. Is everybody still there? Are we all still here? I haven't gotten a. Okay, good. What happened? Where'd you go? Okay. Well, let's see if anything else comes up here. Uh, oh, here we go. I'm working every day so hard to remember and be a better person. I quit drugs, alcohol, smoking. I'm following my heart, and my ultimate goal is to complete my mission, to complete my contract. Wow. Well, there you go. All in. Good. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing here with you is that you've been working that you have been working very hard. They're showing me this. They're like you're like literally like working very hard at it. You're taking it very seriously. Um and when I say it, I mean like all of it. Like you're like, "Oh, this is what is now that means I've got to be this now. I have to shift everything so I can do that thing." And that also means deconstructing your past. That means going through that. Are you familiar with the dark night of the soul and that whole wild ride? So that is kind of part of going backwards. The dark night of the soul is really about kind of going, and it sounds so like dark and daunting, but it's really not. It's really an introspective hermit type time, and this is a good time for that, to go into your past in this for this lifetime very specifically, and start at the beginning and move forward and see what comes up for you at different ages. We call it like an inventory, a life review. The remembrance has a lot to do with that. It is about learning lessons. It is about look, because we can see a lot of times in the moment we're clueless about the lesson. We cannot connect to the lesson. We're too close to it to see it, and we need to get far enough distance to look back and go, oh, now I see it. Now I see the full picture. It could be months or years or sometimes days or hours, but we need to look back and go, there was it's like a stick sticking up of our life, like the timeline of our life, and there's all these sticks that stick up that are very powerful and meaningful and create a resonance in our life on some level. And those points in time are very important to go back and check in on, to remember what those things, even if they were painful, and we tend to close up and put those painful things in its place and not want to go there again because they are painful. But in order to move forward, we need to clean up our past. And so, like I say, before I clean up my living room, I make a mess. It becomes a mess. Everything is everywhere. It's all caked up. Things are everywhere. You come and you would be like, what just happened here? I'm cleaning. It doesn't look like I'm cleaning because everything is a mess, but I'm really, really cleaning. Because once I'm done, everything is, things are going to be taken out that I don't no longer need. I'm going to sweep up all the stagnant energy with the dust bunnies and the dust and the cat hair and the whatever, and that's going to go. And I may change. It's really good to change your environment around, by the way. Move things around. Don't keep things in always the same place. You need to move things. I'm constantly moving stuff. um and anyway, it's about going into the past, remembering things as things are sticking up for you, to go, hey, 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 over here, we're not done here yet. Because once you go back and you pull it out and you take a look at it, really take a look at it from a different perspective than when you lived it. Because when you lived it, you're seeing it from this perspective usually. But when you can go back, you see it from a different perspective. And from that perspective, we can extrapolate the wisdom and the lessons from it. And with that means we're not repeating old patterns that no longer serve us, but we're extrapolating from the wisdom of that. And that's kind of the process that I see you doing. And you're definitely validated in that, super validated in that. And to continue on this path, it would be good for you to do you ever do automatic writing? Have you ever tried that? You might want to try doing automatic writing. Is a great tool to get connected with your higher self, with information that's just kind of right there. I like to do it on the computer, but people can do it with a pen too. I like to do it with I do all that on the computer. So you could try doing that, would be really good. Um, have you been working on your psychic abilities? You'd write every day with a pen, like a journal. Yeah, this is different than that. This is uh not having intention about what you're going to write, just kind of channeling through and just letting it flow. Oh, you don't have a computer. Okay. You could do it on your phone too, but it's not as easy. You could record yourself doing that too. Poems are great. Absolutely, absolutely. Poems are great. So yeah, so any and all of that stuff, just connecting in that way, you're definitely being validated that you're putting a lot of emphasis and focus and energy on this for you, for yourself, and it's definitely paying off, um, and leading you in the right direction spiritually and all of that good stuff. um, I think that's it. You know your purpose. That's a huge piece of the journey. It's a huge. It's huge, huge, huge. So congratulations on that. Know that we have we have an overall purpose, we have prime missions, we have subprime missions. Um and they shift and change as we go through our journey and our life, and they're always evolving. This year's been rough, but really big. I believe it. And it's going to continue to be that way. So as long as you embrace the change, don't resist the flow of energy and how it's taking you. The current is moving you forward. So you can struggle through it or you can just let it take you. So always the path of least resistance is best. Um, and And as long as you're just not taking it all too seriously. So want to have a lot of playtime in there to connect with your inner child. Um, do you like to play with color? It would be a good exercise with you to play with color, like with painting and stuff like that. Just kind of get lost in colors, abstract even, doesn't have to paint a scene or anything. It should just be like this. I started this with it was just colors and just doing things. I didn't have a plan. It's just playing with colors is really mind expanding. So if you don't do that, try it. Try doing that. That is another exercise that's really helpful in uh, soul connection and all that good stuff. Okay, any questions there? Excuse me. You're going with the flow and you're supporting a team of heavens. Very good. Oh, good. Perfect, perfect. Oh, you paint, you're an artist. Good, good, good. I see. Because good. Cause I'm like, I just see colors, colors, colors. So definitely stay with that. Um, yeah. So good. Continue with all of that stuff. You're definitely getting validated. You are going to remember more. You are going to be connected with more with your divine counterparts. That's going to give, upgrades and activations and all that good stuff is going to come into play more and more. So just be open. Excuse me. Be open and ready to receive all that stuff. Just know that it comes all the time. Downloads are going to be coming in, especially during the Stargate. It's going to really, really ramp up. So be aware of that. And I guess that's it for right now. I think we touched on everything there. So, yeah, I'm just seeing a lot of color. You're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yawn, man. Energies. You're very welcome. I love doing it. It's really fun. Okay. Okay, my dear Karen, I'm feeling Dragon Fate Oracle for you as well. Here we go. Dragon Fate Oracle for Karen. You ready, my dear? 527. Wow. How long have we been here? Holy cow. 4 hours, 27 minutes. See, it does not feel like that. Ready? Awesome. Here we go. Cards for Karen. We're going into the Dragon Fate Oracle. Welcome in our Dragon Fate for Karen. Wu Wang, wild, pure heart. Wu Wang, wild, pure heart. Card number 36. This is a beautiful card. I absolutely love this card so very much. The energy is just kind of ridiculous. And here we go. Card number 36. Wild, pure heart. In times of old, they said that only those who were pure could connect with those like myself, that the virgin could connect with the unicorn, that the child could see the meaning of God, that the fae could truly see your heart, and finding it corrupt would never appear to you. I am here to tell you that your heart is pure and wild and innocent. It is that you have forgotten how to see us, that you have been told that in order to see us, you must be perfect, that in order to see us, you must be mad, unclean, broken. And if you say you have seen us, you face being shunned. I am here to say to you that we appear to those who have looked into their hearts and have seen beyond the woundings, because within you, sorry, because within you there is a wild and untrammeled heart space which is free of any taint. In that space we can enter, and therefore we can and we will be seen again. You are not born into this world wrong or sinful. There may be karmic markings, but you are no sinner, no, nor are you corrupt or unworthy. Foster that which is wild and pure and good within you, and we will begin to appear and come forth. You will feel us on the wind, in the water, and see us in the fire, and hear our voices emanating from the heart of our mother, the earth. You are a child of the mother. Call her what you will, and at your core, you are one of the wild ones. That is my message for you. About Wu Wang. Wu Wang is a dragon fae lord who has been both a dynastic ruler in human form and whose energy has entered the Chinese system of philosophy and divination known as the I Ching. His mind is very natural and honest. He has an innately good nature and encourages us to be the same, and to know we can be the same no matter how we have behaved in the past. Truth and innocence of nature can be reclaimed. And furthermore, these traits bring about good fortune personally and for Gaia, Dana, our mother. Know you are innocent and cultivate that aspect of yourself. Know that your innocence and goodness lies within you no matter what actions you have taken in the past. This present moment is a chance to reclaim that pure and wild heart. When you do that, you will be able to see, feel, and sense clearly the presence of magical beings, including the dragon fae and particularly the unicorn. Wu Wang will also help you to eat organically, well, and healthfully, take nothing into your body without contemplating whether it will erode or grow that wild, pure heart, and act accordingly. Dance, sing, play music, and make love. All of these acts done with innocent, wild joy are healing and part of the sacred act of love. Working with Wu Wang. Stay pure and wild and innocent. Devote a part of your daily life to the development of the pure, wild part of you. Let something be beyond your control. Do not attempt to control and predict the outcome of all. Know that innocence also means that you have not known all and come from that place, which is noble and humble. When we do so, our expectations and controlling behaviors depart, as does the drama. In their place come insight and much communication with the magical web of life, including mermaids, unicorns, centaurs, the dragon fae, dryads, and other inner world beings that may have been unseen by your eyes. So, let's see here. Okay. Um so what I'm seeing with this here, when I was reading this with you, Karen, what I'm seeing is that you actually you have excuse me, you have been seeing more, you have been experiencing more, you have been connecting more, you have taken this. It's kind of like a full circle thing. Like this card came out for you or us in general. I can't remember. I mean, this is not the first time we've seen this card. I think we all can remember this card is very powerful in its message and just the way it looks. It's easy to, I mean, it's great. That phase. And what I'm seeing here is that these messages, like what I just read to you, were messages that you got a while ago and that it really struck a chord with you. This idea of being this wild, pure heart really speaks to you more, probably more than maybe some other things. Intense looking dragon. Yeah, very. And yeah, it sounds familiar. Yeah, it feels to me like what I'm being shown here with is that maybe at one time there was this more of a separation between your acknowledgement of Birdie just went on the floor. Why do you do that? I don't like him on the floor. I'll be right back. Sorry. I don't want you on the floor. Come here. Birdie, you're so naughty. Well, then stay up there. I don't like you on the floor. Hi, Gilbert. So anyway, kind of what I'm seeing here with this is that you, from months ago, have taken the steps to get into that framework of that wild, pure heart thing that really resonates with you, and that that inner child, that innocence part, that wide-eyed wonderment, that into the magical and the mystical and all of those things that have always interested you, has always interested you, but it's but you it was like there was a point in time where there was resistance, like with the gate, like like, am I ready, like what is this all going to be? But then it was like you did go through that, and you've been, I'm hearing collecting. You're like collecting as you're moving forward, just like paying attention and collecting things and seeing things and all of that. So this is also about they're saying when it comes to like your one hold, like the hold up there is, I guess, the situation with your son. And when I say hold up, it's kind of, it's more like, maybe that's not the right word, but it's kind of like the maybe the split in consciousness or something to that effect, where there's this side of life and then there's this side of life, and those two things blending together, like your desire for them to blend together more, if that makes sense, and the resistance that he, as the other party, may have to that. Um and and so what I'm being shown now with this is, again, just patience. Let it flow. Let it, don't think he's not, this is what I'm being shown, don't think he's not paying attention, don't think he's not watching, don't think he doesn't see what, your own changes and transformation, um because he is. It's just going to take a while for him to work through the this business for himself, you know? And 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 he this gets his attention a lot. This gets his attention a lot. It's just kind of where things are. And you see that and he sees that, and there will be a time where that happens less and less and less. And for you, because you could be struggling between these two kind of frameworks and reality, your new up leveled space, and then his kind of superimposed upon themselves. Yeah. So yes, I keep getting, yeah. So there you go. So just, it's kind of like a lead by example thing. Drop in your little pearls of wisdom, or throw things at him as you metaphorically, as they come up for you to share with him. But um I guess just being in that space is is helping. So don't, what I'm hearing with this is, don't think that it's not. Don't think that it's all lost on him, or it's not landing on him, or he's in his own world and it is more than you may know, is what I'm being told. So just keep doing what you're doing, and and your own, aside from your relationship with him, but your own relationship with yourself and your connectedness is just going to grow and grow and grow, and it does seep off. Okay. I was fussing with him a lot before. Now I just chill. Good, good. And you're being validated. Continue to just chill. Continue to um be easy with that energy, because that's what he needs, and that's what's best for you too. So, and you figured, and you're figuring that, you figured that out with all of this that's going on. And again, he's not different from anybody else who isn't coming into greater awareness, and things are dropping off and falling off, and he's starting to see things a little differently now. He's part of that group too, so it's great that he has you there. And just continue with that, but focus on you. Keep your vibe high. Don't let, when he gets negative, when he gets fearful, when he starts talking about certain things, and or whatever, turns things into other things. Maintain your boundaries, maintain your energy, do what you need to do, because he is, even though he may have certain issues, he can still learn to lean on you less for certain things. And what I'm seeing here is that you're kind of showing him and paving the way for that. So to continue with that. Okay, cool. Well, you're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. And lastly, that you are, I'm feeling, seeing, being aware more, whether it's through symbols, different things that you're being shown, um, different things in nature where those certain, like, at some point it says, like, when you, about seeing things, seeing those, right here it says, in their place come insights and much communication with the magical web of life, including mermaids, unicorns, centaurs, and the dragon fae. So all that good stuff. So there's more of these, the mystical, the divine, all that good stuff coming into play, coming in more into your awareness, in different ways, in all sorts of different ways, that I guess you could say like the light got kind of getting turned on and you can kind of make things out a little bit better. And that's not like a figment of your imagination. It's not your eyes playing tricks on you. It's not any of those things. It's real. And just, know that if you're feeling energies or if things are, superimposed, or you see faces and things that don't normally have faces, stuff like that, that's how things come out to you. Okay. Yeah. So you're being validated with that too. You're definitely being, you're like, sometimes it's kind of out of the corner of our eye. It's in our periphery. It's right here. Or it's more when it's dark out and we can see flashes of stuff, or when we go for a walk in nature where, it's like, did I just see that? What was this? That sort of thing. It's that. Um so the more you accept what you're seeing and feeling, the more it'll come. So instead of that, and I don't think you do this, but just for anybody else, for anybody, if you're like, oh, okay, I was just seeing things, or I thought I saw, a face or a figure, or heard a voice, or I felt at this, and but that wasn't anything, and that's just, what I mean. It's the devaluation of that stops it. When you say, yeah, I definitely saw that and felt that and see that, and I'm seeing things differently because of what's coming to me now, because my awareness is heightened. The only thing that's going to make that progress and really kind of go on is validating that to the universe, to yourself. Yes, I'm experiencing. Yes, I'm seeing this. Yes, this is actually real. Even if everybody around me can't see what I see, I know what I see, and you've always been that way. But I mean, just in general, it's you don't need to, it doesn't need to have a name or a face or any of the, it doesn't have to have the details, but sometimes it's really fast and fleeting and it's here and there, but it's there for sure. Okay. Oh my goodness. I guess we're done, lovies, with all of that stuff, but we still have the main part. We've spent almost 5 hours here. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. 4 hours, 45 minutes, 45 seconds. I knew this was going to be a long one. I just knew it. Knew it. But they usually are, aren't they? So next up, we have our meditation. I definitely need to eat something before we get into that quantum space, because I won't make it. Everybody, please grab a snack, because we filter and transmute a lot of energy when we go into full either, but you definitely don't want to go in hungry. And at this point, I need food again. I always do. So we will break for maybe 20, 30 minutes so we can go eat and take a potty break. And I'll be back as soon as I can. I don't even know what I'm going to eat right now. I got to figure it out. And then we'll come back and we'll do the meditation. So please keep an eye out. I'm going to duplicate this. I think I could duplicate my feeds. And then we'll come right back, and we won't spend a whole lot of time before we get into the meditation. Okay. So hopefully everybody can come back and join me. If you can't, and we're looking at probably, what time is it right now? It's 4:45. So right around maybe 6:15, 6:20, coming back here for the meditation, because we did all this other stuff now. And okay, see on the flip side. Yeah, just not too long from now. Keep an eye on my page, because notifications don't always come through when I go live. So I don't want anybody to miss it. When I do, come back here in about 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, and we will get back to it. Okay, loves? Oh my gosh, it's 3. Are you going to make it? Are you super tired? I hope you can come back. I told you this was going to be long. Kind of tend to do that, but like I said, it's always a good time. There will be a point in my life where I can't spend 5 hours on a live, but until that time happens. Okay, so yeah, so this is why I also wanted to get started early in the day, so it wasn't going to be super, super late here anyway. So yeah, so please, please, please come back here in about 20, 30 minutes, and we'll get right started with the meditation. Okay, guys? Mwah! Love you so much. This was amazing. It was so great to do this and be here with you today. And I will see you in just a few. Okay. What does it? You think your half beat so you can make it. Okay, good. Yay. Okay, you're welcome. Bye, guys.